Derp. That was stupid. I was wondering why the extreme options were different. Dum dum dum. Good morning. Again. Your name is 3D Spaghetti Mess? That's awesome. Oh, it's morning for me. It's 11 o'clock in the morning. Doing all right. Hell yeah, it's one of my favorite shirts. I try not to wear it too often because I know I'll destroy it. I really don't want to destroy it. Just because it's so freaking cool. This is the, in case for those new, it's the shirt. I couldn't figure out why the stream options were different. I was like, why does it look so different? It's like it's asking me questions it didn't ask me before. You know, all the options were different, and that's why. You guys want to see something cool? Yeah, this is cool. You guys know what those are? These things are evil. My buddy out in Pennsylvania sent them to me. Freeze-dried Skittles. It's like mixing Skittles and Pop Rocks. Oh, it's so good. Thank you, Chris. I've been saving these to wear like at Murph. And these are kind of the opposite of hard candies. Hey, Ian. These are freeze-dried Pop Rocks. I'm sorry, freeze-dried Skittles. So they explode like that when you freeze-dry them. And it gives them a really light, fluffy texture. So they taste just like Pop Rocks. Well, they feel like Pop Rocks, but they taste like Skittles. It's a very, very evil combo. Poofy candies. Yep. They like crunch like hard cotton candy kind of. It's weird. It's basically, it feels like Pop Rocks. It has that tingly poppy sensation in your mouth like Pop Rocks, but it's Skittles. It's pretty rare, but sometimes PLA can absorb moisture, and it will affect print quality. You know, try a different filament, but you just got to make sure that nozzle and PTFE tube are touching. Howdy. Yeah, finally got my space ball. Ah, making a mess. Oh, it's the filament. I got my space ball for Fusion 360. So this the nice thing about this is you actually move this ball the way you want the thing on the screen to move. So let me show you. I can just literally show you. Just open Fusion 360. We are building the Q5, a Delta printer from FLSun. I don't remember the temperatures, and they are critical. You can look it up. I think Matter Hackers has a list of the temperatures for each filament, and you must first, if you're going to use a oven, you need to put a probe in your oven first and make sure your oven can actually sustain a temperature that low. A lot of lower end ovens cannot sustain temperatures that low, and that would be very, very bad, because if you overheat it, you ruin the whole roll. So check this out. This is so cool. I need that. I don't have the subject cam. I'll have to add it. Video capture device. Use existing subject. Add. Okay, so let me put this over here so you can see it. So this is the space ball, and then here is Fusion 360. So when I grab the space ball and I move the space, I guess it would help if I plugged it in, wouldn't it? Is this the kind of thing where I have to close it and reopen it? It might be. I might have to plug it in first. Oh, there's no convincing needed. I just didn't know you can get it that cheap. This is such an obvious necessity for working in 3D. I mean, I literally spend half of my time in could not load transport DLL. That's not good. Does that mean it's not going to work? There it goes. It's working. So I spend literally half my time in Tinkercad and Fusion 360 fighting with the goddamn nav UI. Trying to get the model in the position where I want to see what I need to see. It's a nightmare. It's a pain in the ass. This fixes that. I didn't know you can get these cheap. I thought these things were like $200. I got this apparently it's like 10 years old, and it's used, of course, and it was like $30. Hell yeah. So instead of having to use your mouse like this on the screen, instead you just grab this nav ball, and wherever you move this moves. So when I move the ball left, it moves left or right or towards me or away from me or up and down in a circle. You can just do things that you just can't do otherwise. Just look how easily I can bring that face to me and put it wherever I want. You just can't do this with a mouse and keyboard as easily. It's just so convenient. It's called a spaceball. Literally, spaceball. From 3D Connexion. 3D Connexion. And now the drivers are a bit hokey because it's obviously pretty old, but they work, and apparently you need to plug it in, then start Fusion, and then it'll work. And it's called a spaceball. Basically, it's a 3D mouse, kind of. So it'll, it is. It's incredibly smooth. And you can just change to whatever angle you want, bring whatever you want to the forefront. So if you want to dick around on the top of the vase right here, okay, bring the bottom of the vase. It's just so convenient. Very, very nice. It removes 50% of the hassle from dealing with these 3D modeling programs, because I kid you not, half of the, if I take an hour to do something, 30 minutes is spent fighting with the UI. And this just eliminates that. And what's really nice also is that I continue to use my mouse. So I can continue to use my mouse while I'm doing stuff like this. And it doesn't matter, you know, select a face here, select a face here, select a face here. It's a two-handed operation. They call it a space mouse now. And I'll probably eventually get the newer one because they have a wireless one, which is really nice. I like the idea of wireless, and it uses a unified receiver, so one little nano receiver controls both the space mouse and the space ball. Because they do have a mouse too, so they have a space mouse and a space ball. I don't know, but anyway, the other cool thing is that it frees up your hands. So now this hand is just only used for navigating the 3D space, and this hand is still controlling the mouse. So I can still come in here and do what I need to do, click this, do whatever I need to do. And whenever I need to rotate something, I can just do it. It's just very, very nice, very convenient. No. It solves a lot of the problems of. It doesn't solve learning how to use the program. I still have to learn how to use that. But it solves the nav UI problem of figuring out how to navigate the interface. Well, I want the nice one. I want the one that comes with the cases and the wireless, and that one's a little more expensive. That's our printer we're going to be messing with today. So this is the one I want. It's $202. Eventually, right now I don't have the money. But yeah, that's the bad boy I want right there. In fact, I need to save this so I can always come back to it later. But nice case for each, and it's wireless, much more compact. Because I don't really have a need for these buttons. I mean, maybe in different programs they're useful, but for me, although the one thing I like about this one, and I guess I could 3D print something for the new one, but I like this big heavy base because you're manipulating a ball here. And so if this is light, you're just going to pick this up off the table. This is very heavy, so you don't do that. I also like the wrist pad here. So my wrist holds this in place so it doesn't move. And it's very ergonomic. It's just very well thought out. You can also change acceleration and speed. It's very handy. I can especially see that being nice once you get into not a trackball, it's a space ball. This doesn't actually rotate or roll. So this ball has, I think, 6 degrees of freedom. So I can, it's probably using pressure transducers. It's stuck rotating. See how it's rotating on its own? Uh-oh. Wonder why it's doing that. Yep. But, I wonder why it's rotating on its own. Hopefully there's nothing wrong with this one. Because that would be annoying if it never stopped rotating. Yeah, it does not want to go backwards. It wants to go forward all the time. Oh no, there might be something wrong with this one. There it goes, it stopped. Oh, I wonder what that was about. I got a DLL error when I first started it, but it's working. Yeah, it's staying put now. So I don't know if this, it's probably not a it's probably not accelerometers. It's probably pressure transducers inside here. So when I touch the ball, I can move the ball left, right, forward, and back. I can also rotate the ball left and right, and I can also lift the ball up and down. So I can literally, I can do this, I can do this, this, or this, and I can also do this. So I can move, it's literally like grabbing the object and doing this. You're just grab a hold of an object like this and start doing this to move that object around on your screen. And those are the actual motions you need to perform with this. That's why it's so intuitive. You get it immediately because it works exactly like you think it should. So when I'm looking at something like this on the screen and I grab the ball, I want to do this. Do that with the ball. I want to do this. Do that with the ball. Okay? Move it further away, bring it closer to you, rotate it forward, rotate it backwards, rotate it left and right. Let me get it back on the screen. Rotate it left and right. So it moves the same way you would actually move the object if you grabbed it with your hand in 3D space. And that's why it's so intuitive. You snap right into it immediately. It'll take some practice to learn speed and acceleration, but it's kind of like chess. It's very easy to get it. You get it, like, it's intuitive. You just get it. Yeah, I guess you would call it like a VR mouse. I can't use VR because I only have one eye. So it doesn't really work for me. But yes. Like you take a controller in a VR game and move that controller, same thing. See, the reason that doesn't work on a mouse is because a mouse only does this. You can't twist the mouse. You can't rotate the mouse. You can't lift the mouse. Okay? That's why you have to use middle button to do this and right hand button to do translations, etc. This does all that. Now I wonder if I can program these buttons. So I wonder if I can fix certain views that I use a lot and just tap a button and jump right to that view. I'm wondering if I can do that or not. I love these freeze-dried Skittles so much. Pure evil. No, the sensitivity feels pretty good. I like the sensitivity. I do a lot of RC flying, so I got pretty light fingers. I usually don't have to. I usually do not have to install Expo and stuff like that because I got pretty light fingers. Does your offset Y-axis wheels on the early Ender 3 model work? It's possible you have a bad eccentric nut or you have badly cut. That's cool that I can still program the buttons. I wasn't sure if that worked with the older driver. But this is nice. As soon as I have the money, I'm definitely going to get the upgraded one, the new one. Maybe come fall or something like that. Just in case the cats get rowdy. I think I really screwed up last night, though. I did a Life of Nerys video last night on the toilet paper apocalypse, and I can't find that roll of toilet paper now. So I'm pretty sure I'm going to find it in a corner somewhere, shredded to pieces. Good morning, 3D Jimmy. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm going to find that roll of toilet paper shredded somewhere in this house. I'm pretty sure leaving it out meant the cats got it. Do you remember when squished that mouse while taking a dump? Yeah, that was not my best moment. I really should not have tortured that mouse like that. Yeah, and my cats are shredders. You know, they don't sit there and unroll the toilet paper. They go on their back with their hind legs and their front legs, and they straddle the toilet paper up in the air like this, and then they go, and they tear it to pieces. They just shred it. You should have seen my bathroom the first morning I got up and they found the roll of toilet paper. Yeah, it was a toilet paper massacre. It was just like, what did you murder? Hey, Jerry. Greetings from Austria, Thomas Mueller. Yes, that's my vase. All those vases you saw me print in the past videos, that's that. I actually hand drew that with splines and then did a revolve extrude. Yeah, and then I found I found another vase like it on Thingiverse. And at first I was like, did somebody copy my vase already? And then I looked at the date and realized that they released XYZ Printing, I think it was. They released their vase before I released mine. Long before I released mine. So I suspect it's either a very common vase design, or at some point I saw it and remembered it, and then I drew it, because it's very, very similar. Almost identical. Yes, I absolutely would recommend an Ender 5 for a beginner. It's a good price, it's a good build volume, and it's incredible build quality, and it's virtually idiot proof. Did the rocket thread model give you ideas? No, I haven't played with it yet. I have been busy stacking. Let me show you. Let's see. I'll show you guys my messy desktop. Where is it? Here we go. So I've been busy doing this. Stacking 35 of these visors on top of each other in the slicer so that I can print out a mass quantity of them. You see, I figured out how to handle my power problem. Then you have something wrong with your printer. Either the eccentric's bad, or one of the bolt holes was miscut or something. But if you are unable to make it tight, then there's something wrong with it. That does happen. Somebody, the piece gets in the jig wrong and drills the hole in the wrong spot. Yes, I should have a V2 profile on my Google Drive. Although that might be with a 1mm nozzle, but you can just change the nozzle size. Where are all my profiles? A lot of my profiles aren't here. I had to clean up my Google Drive. It kept telling me my space was almost full, and then I discovered that your Gmail counts against your Google Drive space. Could you lose the inset? Yeah. Let's go back to that and that. There we go. And I think I may have goofed something up. I do have it all backed up, so that's not a problem. So I'll have to fix that. But it turns out that Gmail was taking up most of my Google Drive space. So Gmail and Google Drive share space. I didn't know that. That kind of sucks that they kind of made it all share the same space. But I deleted all my email that was older than 4 years old. I had email back to 2007 or 2008 or something like that. Yeah, that happens. It's rare, but it happens. When you're making millions of these a year, you're going to have flubs here and there. But I was having a hell of a time getting these to print. And see, the problem is I only have 50 amps of power coming into the house. No, I hate Windows 10. God, I hate Windows 10. My desktop runs Windows 10, and my little tiny laptop runs Windows 10, and that's it. How do you change the nozzle? That's actually pretty easy. You're going to have a hot end with a red, the cooling unit, and then the heater block at the bottom, and then the nozzle sticking out of the bottom. You use a wrench or something to grab the heat block to make sure you're holding onto the heat block. Be careful about the wires coming out of the heat block. And then you put a 6mm socket on the nozzle after you heat it up to 200 degrees and pop it off. That's it. Easy as pie. Easy 3 Nano. If you mean, I have a couple of different ones. Now, when you reassemble it, it's very important. Watch if you do a search on YouTube for Nerys Hot End, it'll pop up. You'll see my video. You're going to want to take the PTFE tube and push it all the way through so it comes out the bottom. You want the PTFE tube to come right out the bottom where the nozzle is. It should be sticking out and dangling out the bottom. That will confirm that the heat break inside is clear, that there's no filament stuck in the heat break. Then you slide it back out. You screw your nozzle in. I personally screw my nozzle in all the way. And then I unscrew the compression fitting on the top 2 full turns. I push the PTFE all the way in until it stops on the nozzle. And then I finish tightening the compression fitting to force the PTFE and the nozzle together. And you do this heated up, of course. If you really want to, you could leave the nozzle unscrewed like one turn, and then after you heat it up, finish tightening them both up. But you have to make sure that the PTFE tube and the nozzle are actually touching inside. If they're not, you're going to have problems. Check out One Bad Marine's fix as well. He has a way of cutting a piece of PTFE tube with a little washer inside. Then you screw the top in, and so you have a permanent little piece of PTFE tube inside there. I would use Capricorn if you're going to do that. So I figured out a way to, Devin Montez, I think it was, talked about stacking. I've done stacking before and never had a whole lot of success with it. I decided to give it another go after watching his video and seeing that he succeeded in doing it. And I'm having partial success. So I made a 35 stack of these, and I have 4 printers doing it right now. So that's 140 every 24 hours. Oh, that could happen too. Who's going to have a bad time? Yeah, that video right there. Just rewatch that video for how to assemble the hot end correctly. But so far I got the Creality CP01 working perfectly. These are looking gorgeous. It turns out the trick was to invert them, but not invert them. So inside out, kind of. Basically, I need the bevel to be on the bottom, but I need the solid layers to be on the top. So what I had to do is I had to make the model solid so that I could print it with, instead of 3 bottom layers and no top layers, instead I print it with no bottom layers, 3 top layers. And that gives me much, much better reliability when it tries to air print the next one with the air gap on top of the first one. The Lotmax SC10 is giving me some problems. I think it's under extruding, so I should be able to fix that. The Mega Zero from Anycubic appears to be working fine, no issues. The Two Trees Sapphire also appears to be working pretty good. This is my t-shirt. Chris Gulata made this for me. How freaking cool is that? And of course it's orange. Oh, you like my orange sword? This is so big that I can't really fully show it to you on video. Well, maybe if I do it behind my back. Hang on. There we go. I supersized it with a big fat nozzle. I still have to put the cap on this end. There we go. I still have to put the cap on this end. Hey, don't disobey. You have to install the, oh, where did I get it? You have to install the drivers first. The Arduino drivers for the boards that are in the printers. I think it might actually be Arduino drivers. I don't think it's making it a multiple of the layer height. I think he just discovered his was too small. It is important to make sure the model is a multiple of the layer height. So I'm using, that's a beaten stick. I mean, that's strong enough I could beat somebody with it. I don't think the air gap, I don't think it's important that the air gap be a multiple of the layer height. I think he was mistaken on that. Because if you tell the printer to move 0.2, 0.25, or 0.3, it's going to do that. The problem is if your model is not evenly divisible by your layer height, because it's going to have to fudge it. And that's going to eat up your air gap if you fudge it the wrong way. So I just made my model 5 millimeters tall exactly, and I use a layer height of 0.2 millimeters. So as long as your model is evenly divisible by your layer height, then when you tell it to stop at 5 millimeters, it'll stop at 5 millimeters. But if your model is 5.1 millimeters tall it might make your model 5.2 millimeters tall in order to finish that last layer, because it's going to have to either increase or decrease your model's actual size based on the layer height. So if your model is 5.1 millimeters tall, it might either shorten it to 5 millimeters or it might extend it to 5.2. I don't know exactly how that works. So I just made sure the model was divisible by the layer height. The problem I'm having is not releasing. They release great. I can pull them right apart with my hands. The problem I'm having is how best to describe this. Notes for a Tinkercad video I'm doing. Somebody wanted me to show them how to do these things in Tinkercad. The problem I'm having is printing the air gap. So you have your model printed here. I need to set up a whiteboard on the computer with a pen and pad that appears on the screen so that I can show you guys what I'm drawing on the screen on the video. That would be cool. If anybody knows a very cheap solution for that, where I could do this, have this appear up on the screen, but instead have it be a large whiteboard like this, and then I could have a pad, a digital pad here on the table, and then whatever I draw on here appears on there. If anybody knows how to do that with an actual pen, so I can also see what I'm drawing here, if anybody knows how to a cheap way to do that, let me know. So you print the first object, okay? But now you have to print the second object. And you have to lay down your next extrusion So there's your hot end, and you're laying down your next extrusion. Well, you're laying down that extrusion in mid-air. All right? So the filament is going to drop by gravity onto the object that's already there. Now, because it has to drop through air, that filament cools slightly, and it's landing on an already cooled part. So just enough to stick, but not enough to fuse. So it adheres to the previous object, but not fully, because you're not actually pushing that filament into it from 0.2 millimeters. You're doing it from 0.6 millimeters away. Because remember, you have a 0.4 millimeter gap plus your layer height. And I'm doing a 0.2 millimeter layer height, which means I'm air printing from 0.6 millimeters above the surface of the object. One that's actually a pen, so I'll be drawing on paper and on the screen at the same time. I know I can get a Wacom tablet and do that, but the problem is I can't see what I'm doing on the paper. So that makes it difficult for me to, without looking carefully. So I know they have digitizers that can sense the pen, and I can put the pen near it and then look on the screen and see where it's going to end up, but that's a pain in the ass. If the pen actually drew as well as digitized, then I could see where I'm putting the pen on the paper. So the problem that I would have is that the biggest problem is inside curves. So you would print this curve and this curve here. You can actually see it on here. See how it's not quite attached properly? See that little flap right there? Okay. What's happening is it's trying to air print on top of this curve. And it'll attach here, but not attach here next to it. And so you end up with this. You end up with that, almost like a bed that's not level, that's not trammed, and you can tell because you draw a curve and it forms a straight line. Well, that's what happens with these. Here we go. That's it. This one right here is perfect. Seriously, you're gonna knot yourself on there. See how these aren't attached? That's because they missed when they went to draw the second layer. Now, one of the problems I had was the bottom layers. I solved that by getting rid of the bottom layers. I don't have any bottom layers. I have top layers. That does two things. One, the walls of the print are now fully established. So when it does the bridging, it's not missing. Because that's why I was getting this mess here. Okay? The reason I was getting this mess was because it was trying to bridge at the bottom. And so if the perimeters, if the outer walls did not adhere properly, they were in the wrong place. So when it did the bridging, there was nothing to bridge to. So you got that mess. So instead, I didn't flip the model, I flipped which layers were being printed solid. So I made the model solid so that I could tell it to print top layers instead of bottom layers. By printing top layers, this part is now fully established already. So when it bridges, there's actually something to bridge to. But I still have that little problem now and then on this curve and this curve where it goes to print these perimeters and they don't attach to the model underneath. For whatever reason, they don't grab. I know they have digital notebooks where you can actually, write out your notes, get home, plug it in, and it downloads your drawings that are on paper, and it downloads them to the computer. I need real time. I need something that happens in real time. So as I'm drawing here, it's showing up on the screen, and you guys can see what I'm doing. So I got around it, some of it. First of all, I'm over extruding and I'm overheating. Okay, so I'm extruding more plastic than I need, and I'm extruding it hotter than I need. By doing that, the plastic has a lower viscosity, and it's more willing to drop into place and hit that bottom print. So when I go to print this one on top of this one, it's better able to drop the plastic across the air gap and hit the other print and stay in place. Also, I have to slow down, so it takes about an hour to print each one. I can print these in 14 minutes with the 1.2 millimeter nozzle, but I can only print one platen at a time. Oh, it is glorious here. It's gorgeous. It's going to be like 70 degrees today. I think it was going to be 70. It's already 64. Yeah, we're going to hit 70 degrees today. It's going to be amazing. Get rid of my email. Delete, 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 delete. Delete. Delete, delete, delete. Okay. Ooh, what's this? Oh, yes. They asked if I received the printer, and I replied, why, yes, we're live right now. um, so slowing down, increasing temperature, increasing extrusion multiplier, all of that seems to have helped. And on the Mega Zero and the CP01, perfect. The prints look amazing. But on the Two Trees and the Lot Max, not so perfect. So I got to tweak it for those. I think I need to reduce the gap a tiny bit. So reduce the gap to 0.3 millimeters instead of 0.4 millimeters so that the plastic has a chance to drop into place before the nozzle moves away. Because slowing down more defeats the point. If it takes me 4 days to make a stack, then there's no point. And cool. Big Lots has alcohol. What percentage? 91% or 70? And how much do they charge for it? So far, the best price I've found is Walmart. It's $10 a gallon. 946 milliliter bottle is $2.50. It's a quart. You need 4 to make a gallon, so that's $10 a gallon, which is a lot of money. That's why I'm trying to figure out how to recycle the alcohol to extract the resin from it and reuse it. That's not a bad idea. I could do that. That's not as elegant, but I could just point a camera at this. Fix the pad onto the table and point a camera at it. Not elegant, but that would work in a pinch. So about the same price as Walmart. Captain America. I did not have good results with the mean green. I mean, it kind of worked, but it didn't fully clean the prints. But I have not tried it inside the Anycubic wash station with that vicious swirling. I haven't tried that yet. That might work a lot better. Well, what I'm thinking is a system where I have oh, Captain Planet. Oh, you mean my big Captain Planet right there? Yeah, I'll be doing a video on him soon. I also did him in resin, multicolor resin, about that big. Print individual parts in different color resins and put them together, so no paint. That one there is painted. Not very well, but it's painted. My idea is to create kind of a like a gold washing station. So my idea is to create something like that. And this would be used, cleaned, filter, bottle. So it'd be something like that. Yeah, that's where I tried it, mean green and the ultrasonic, and I did not have good results. It kind of worked, just not very well. I mean, alcohol and the wash station from Anycubic, in 4 minutes I'm done. You know, mean green and the ultrasonic, 30 minutes later it's still sticky. It works, just not well. So the idea is that right there. And this would be outside, and this would basically be a pan. Am I inverted? Yes, I am somehow. So the idea would be you would pour the alcohol in here, it would flatten out into a thin layer and run down this pan, and then the sunlight would cure all the resin out of that pan as it ran down that pan, and then the clean resin would fall into the vat at the bottom. I was thinking about getting another slap mat from Wham Bam and coating this in the silicone from Wham Bam, so that as obviously it's going to build up resin on that mat, and then the filter here at the bottom would filter out anything that made it to the bottom. Then I'd have clean alcohol that I could then reuse. I don't know how effective that would be, but I want to try it just eventually, so I can start reusing this alcohol, because $10 a gallon is expensive. You want to see that delta now? Give me the delta now! Let's see here. All right. So let's switch over to subject cam. And we don't need the selfie cam in there because you can see me. Okay. I can rotate this a little bit. There we go. There we got the kitty cat. Yeah. He's a good kitty cat. Major torso. Yeah, I finally got a second 1080p webcam, so they're both decent quality now. And theoretically, I have this one too, although that's not working again for some reason. I don't know. It's very weird how cams will sometimes work and not work in OBS. What do you mean? What's wrong with the sound? I'm seeing good sound on here. Did the sound go away or did it just change? I can bump it up a tiny bit. What do you mean scaring you when something's close to the camera? You know, something kind of like this. Like that. That's going to be my new favorite thing. You know, people talk about headphone warnings. Well, yeah, wait until VR gets popular. Oh, I'm going to mess with so many people. Oh, I'm going to torture people. Oh, nice. If resolution looks funny, sometimes, okay, YouTube is adaptive. It will adapt the quality of your stream based on what it thinks your internet connection can handle. So your internet connection could glitch for even just a second, and YouTube will dump your quality down, but then it doesn't bring it back up sometimes. That's fun. Ah. Oh, wow. They sent me masks. Respirator filter mask. Cool. Yes. So, well, I can tell my connection to YouTube. It says excellent connection, so, and I'm seeing no drop frames because OBS will tell me that. So what you need to do is, I'm sorry, I get sidetracked and I forget to continue my thought, but let me show you. So when you're watching a stream like this, down here, you click on this little gear icon right there, and you change, well, first of all, if you want to get rid of the latency, the lag, go to playback speed and change it to 2x. And what that'll do is that'll play me at high speed. And then when it catches up to real time, when it's done eating up the buffer, it will it'll go back to 1x. Okay. Then also go into here and change your quality to 720p. And that will force it to fix your quality at the resolution you dictate instead of the resolution YouTube picked for you. So just a little YouTube tippage there. Because it breaks down, the material can actually rot and break down, and that actually happened. A lot of the national stockpile that we had were rotten. They were no good. They couldn't be used. They offered. They said they would send me some. They're actually trying to be nice. They're trying to get as many of these into the hands of people as possible because they know we can't go out to the store and buy them. So they says, hey, we'll include a package of masks, and I forgot about it, and they did. So that was pretty cool. So I'm going to leave these sealed, and I'm going to see if my my local hospital can use them. If they can, then I'll give them to them because I have cloth masks. So I appreciate that. Yes. So my resolution is 1080p, and my drop frames are 0%. I have a very, very good connection. I pay a lot of money for it. Oh, last week's stream, for those who were here last week and we disappeared, the last hour of the stream, yeah, the stream died on me and my entire internet died on me. And I was like, what the hell? And I look out my window and I see 2 white trucks on the street. And I realized, oh crap, yep, it was Comcast. They had to replace a water-damaged amplifier right outside my door. It's literally right there outside my door. So, of course, that took down the internet. Wait till you see this wire. Can I find it? What did I do with it? I don't know what I did with it. but he gave me a piece of the wire. It's coax wire that was like this thick. It was like stupid big. It's more than slightly protective. You'd be surprised how effective a sewn mask is. It can be up to 80% as effective as an N95, which is impressive. But the real benefits of wearing the mask don't come from the mask. It's the other benefits that come with the mask. Remember, when you wear a mask, it doesn't protect you. It protects me from you. Okay? You're the danger because you're the one breathing out the virus. So my mask protects you. Your mask protects me because you're capturing your breath. Okay? It also has other side effect benefits. It reminds you to social distance. It reminds you to not touch your face. It reminds you to not touch things you're not supposed to touch. It reminds you to wash your hands. All of those secondary benefits are actually more valuable than the mask itself. I have 1 gig down, half a gig up. Well, 450 megabits up. So basically 1 by half. Actually, the only reason I even have gigabit internet, because I don't need gigabit, the only reason I have gigabit is for the upload, for streams. No, that's what my my Hannibal Lecter mask does. You just look at them and go, "You look tasty," and they back off real quick. Screws and tool bag, SD card, wrenches. That's what's in there. A little sample filament. They also did send me a 1 kilogram roll of filament. Thank you for that, FLSun. My Mega Zero is printing visors for doctors with it. Okay. I talk about everything, dude. Everything except modern politics. You know that. That's nice that that's pre-assembled. What is... Oh, check that out. Okay. So the belt is inside. Well, that was the problem. 250 down is probably enough for me. I mean, really? Come on. I don't need more than, 10 megabit download connection. The problem is I need the upload. For the streaming, I have to have the upload. So, and the only plan they have that has a faster upload speed is the gigabit plan. The only one. I would gladly pay for, synchronous, 450 up, 450 down. Because I don't need gigabit down. Hey, Larry. So check this out. Can you see that? Yeah, right there. So the idler bearing is built into the top of this unit. The belts are inside the rails. So the belt is inside here. And that is where it attaches to here. So it's almost a 0-0 setup. Meaning there's almost zero deviation on the angle of the belt attachment. That is excellent. So this is where it bolts in, stepper motor built in. So the difficult work of setting all this up is done for you. Nice. That's pretty cool. I mean, that's a smart way to do it. And here's your attachment for your effector arms. So that actually takes a lot of the fiddly assembly parts out of the equation. They're actually having a problem with that in the UK. Like, people are actually attacking employees who are doing work on poles and stuff like that and harassing them, lighting towers on fire. It's like, you guys are crazy. This is self-tightened, but it works just the way your regular anodine works. So you have your, can you see that? Barely. Oh, wrong camera. There he goes. See? So it's the same way you normally do it. So your belt comes through here, and that tightens up. Now you could tighten it here. So this unit right here, is bolted into here with hammer nuts. I don't see any holes on the other side, so that is hammer nuts right there. So you could loosen those, tighten this up, and tighten them up again. So that is one way to adjust it. You do not do that with the bottom, so you do that with the top. So that is your tensioning right there. Loosen those two bolts, you can tighten this up, and then retighten it again, and now you're tensioned. But this feels great. I don't feel no problems there. Well, that's the problem. It's more of a bludgeoning weapon. So it's not sharp, but it'll just hurt like hell. Hey, they're starting to move away from those blue cables. I'm so used to the blue cables, I'm surprised when I don't see the blue cables. Spool holder. Spatula, and is it sharpened? No, it is not. So the spatula is useless because it's not sharpened. So if you're watching this FLSun, you need to sharpen the spatula. It needs to have a beveled edge because the spatula needs to go under the print. This is just asking to hurt people because they're going to go and it's not going to work well. I miss gobblers so much. Can't get them out here. I did find I can buy packages of carved turkey, so it's like thick pieces of turkey. So I could make a gobbler. But where would I get that cranberry sauce? Huh. Because I love the cranberry sauce. I used to know somebody at Wawa who would get me extra cranberry sauce, like actual whole containers of it. I would pay for it, of course. Half the time he wouldn't charge me, half the time he would just charge me some random price. I felt bad taking it. But he would get me the cranberry sauce because it was the best cranberry sauce for turkey dinner ever. It's you have two kinds of cranberry sauce. You have the fresh cranberries, which is like the whole cranberries in the juice. And then you have the jellied cranberry sauce, the kind you get in a can. And this was a mix of both. So it was both fresh and jellied. It was the best cranberry sauce ever. I got to figure out how to either get or replicate that. Because I want to make a gobbler. I miss the gobbler so much. Hey, decent manual. Might be a decent manual. We will have to see. Okay. Effector arms. Hey, German printing nerd. Okay, what am I missing? Nothing? Cute. It stayed right there. Ooh, another flat piece. Those are handy. Actually, I wonder if that's the right size to put underneath the printer. Ooh. If it's not, I think it is. It is. I do believe that'll be the exact right size to put underneath the printer. So if you like doing that kind of thing, well, it's built in. I want to keep that handy just so we can test that. Ooh, another flat piece. I love the little flat pieces. They come in so handy for different things. Get that out of the way. Wow, there's not a whole lot to it. That's actually pretty nice. I thought there was going to be a lot more assembly. That looks like a homing sensor. Yep, that's a homing switch. That would kind of kill him, though. Where's the top plate? Oh, there's more. Ha ha! There it is. There you go. There's your bottom. That is the hot end. This is the bottom of the printer. Too bad the SD card's in the back. It's annoying, but it's not an end of the world. That's actually on the side. That's not so bad, actually. So that's the back of the printer, because here's your extruder. Here's your display screen on the front. Little plastic horn for you guys. Ready? Beat that virus. Any other parts? No other parts. What do you mean it quit? You got to give me more details. Remember, I can't see your printer, so you got to give me as many details as you can so I can try to give you an idea of what direction to head in. If you guys want some insight into why we are out of toilet paper, little sneak preview here, it's not hoarders. Okay? Watch my Life of Nerys video. I do a video and I have links to the article that explains everything, and Naomi's bum gun, so if you want to install bidet. But yeah, it's interesting the shortages we're having. They have nothing to do with people hoarding. So take a look at that, and you'll see it's very interesting actually when you get into how that industry works. Okay, so it didn't quit; it just stopped extruding plastic. So the printer still works; it's just not pushing plastic. This is in the top? No way. Well, yeah, I guess this has to be the top. Yeah, it has to be because that's the bottom. Okay. The actual message length, yes, you can't put in 10,000 characters. Okay, so the printer is working. It's just not extruding plastic. Okay, that's good. That means we can work with that. Okay, I can actually use this printer to show you. So you have two pieces that you have to look at. First things first is we need to make sure that this piece is working correctly. Okay, if you have a lot of chewed up plastic, like if there's a lot of plastic dust on this, actually it doesn't. Electronics thermally make sense on the bottom because then you're taking that waste heat and using it to heat up your bed, which means now your bed doesn't have to work as hard to heat up. So I would prefer the electronics on the bottom, but I understand why they did. By doing it this way, they only need 2 pieces instead of 3 pieces. Okay, so the first things first. You need to check this part here. The actual, this is called, okay, this here is your extruder. This combination is the extruder. Because in the early days of 3D printing, this was all one piece. It wasn't a separate piece like this connected by a Bowden tube, okay? So nowadays, we have what's called a Bowden setup. A Bowden splits the extruder apart into 2 pieces like this, all right? So this is the feeder, and this is the hot end. The first thing you're going to do is you're going to check the feeder. So the feeder is going, it'll be a little bit different than this one. Yours is going to be the open arm structure of a CR10. I have OBS now, I can show you. Let's see here. Amazon. Ender. Extruder. There we go. That's exactly what I want right there. Okay, so let's switch over to this view. All right, so you have this unit right here. All right, so this here is your drive gear, and this is your idler. Yours might be plastic. Okay. Is it chewing the filament? Meaning, do you have lots of filament dust when this thing stops working? If you do, you probably don't have a problem here. This is probably working okay. Because something that can happen is if you look carefully, these 2 little grub screws right here, those can come loose. Good. The all aluminum one is nice. All right. Make sure these grub screws are actually tight. Don't be careful not to strip them. And make sure one of them is against this flat face right here. All right. I've had printers where those grub screws come loose. Everything just stops working and the motor's turning, but the gear's not turning because the grub screws came loose. Okay. If it's clean, then you double check this. It shouldn't be clean. Because if your hot end is jamming, then this should be tearing through your filament. It should be chewing it like teeth. Right? This will only be clean when it's working properly or when it's not working at all. If this is not dirty, then double check these grub screws. Make sure the grub screws are tight. They could come, loose. Because if they're tight, then your extruder should be dirty. because your gear should be tearing apart the filament because it can't push it. Okay, so double check the grub screws. The fact that it's clean indicates you should check that. Now, hot end. Let's see, do I have other pictures I can show here? There we go. That'll work. So here's your hot end. Okay, first thing is you need to make sure the fan on the hot end is working. If that fan stops working, you're going to get heat creep. Okay, that heat creep will cause the filament to expand inside the tube further up than it's supposed to. There are 2 grub screws. And if it expands, it's going to resist being pushed, and you're going to get a clog. It's going to act like a clog. The other thing that you need to check is your hot end assembly. I have an entire video here that explains how to work with this. But more importantly, let's get this up here so I can show you a picture. Oh, I thought I had a break apart picture. I do. Here we go. So here's the inside of your hot end. It's very important that this white tube here, your PTFE tube, actually touches your nozzle inside. If it doesn't, you're going to get a jam. Okay? So first things first, check your feeder unit, this unit here, and make sure these grub screws are tight. So those 2 grub screws right there need to be tight, or you can't push filament. Second thing is to make sure the PTFE tube actually touches the nozzle. The way you do that is you remove the nozzle, loosen the compression fitting on the top, push the PTFE tube straight through all the way to make sure it's clear, and then you compress assemble it. Third thing to check is to make sure the fan is actually going. So on this here, you have 2 fans. Okay, yours is going to have the same thing, but it'll look a little differently. You need, let's go back to the other view. There we go. So this is your hot end fan. This is your parts cooling fan. So the little blower fan that has the little duct attached to it, that's your parts cooling fan. That doesn't matter. The other fan that's inside the metal cage, if that stops working, you're going to have a problem. It's spinning the shaft, but is it spinning the brass gear? A click would actually be normal, okay? So if the hot end is jamming, it can't push filament out. Well, what happens? Well, you now have a gear grabbing filament, pushing it, but it can't push it. So one of 2 things is going to happen, assuming it's working correctly. Either 1, it's going to tear into the filament itself, or 2, it's going to reach its maximum torque, and then it's going to snap back to the previous step position. And you're going to see and hear that as tick, 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 tick. And that's what the gear is going to look like. Okay? So that's the motor reaching maximum torque. It can't push any harder. It's reached its maximum current, and it hasn't reached that next step. These motors work in steps. They do not, think of it like your watch. You have the clocks that go, and then you have the clocks that go tick, 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 tick. Okay? It's probably not, if you're clicking, it's probably not the feeder. The feeder's probably okay. Now, there are less common failures that could be an issue. So your driver could be failing and not applying enough torque, in which case it would be the driver on the board. You could have a wiring issue going to the stepper, but that's unlikely because usually they fail completely. Usually, if your motor goes and it's just not working, that's a wiring issue. So one of the poles is not going to. These motors work. I want to say they work kind of like a brushless motor, where it has to feed the 2 electrical poles correctly to get the motor to turn. If one of those poles disconnects, it can't drive the motor anymore. And the result you'll see of that is the stepper motor going. It won't be like hitting a wall. It'll be like literally It's just oscillating back and forth. That's wiring. Check the plug at the board and check the plug at the stepper motor. Usually it's a wire come loose. But if your motor's going stick, 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 that's because it's applying torque, but it can't get to the next step. And so it's snapping back to the previous step because it can't push any harder. That's actually the sign of a good feeder because it's not chewing the filament. It's just snapping back. So you're likely having a problem on the hot end. So you got to check for a gap in the PTFE tube. So a way, it's not guaranteed to work, but it can sometimes make it very easy to detect this. Heat your hot end to 200 degrees, all right? Let it sit for a minute, get it nice and hot in there, all right? Lower the temperature to 160. As the temperature is dropping, start manually, grab that gear and start manually pushing filament through. Your filament's going to start coming out the nozzle. As the temperature of the hot end goes down, it's going to get harder and harder to push the filament. When you think you've gotten to the point where it's about to stop and you can't push any more filament because it's gotten too cold, gently but smoothly and firmly pull the filament back out. So it's push, 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 tight, 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 tight. Okay, pull smoothly out. You're going to look at the end of the filament that comes out. Okay? It should look something like this. Okay? Nice and smooth, though. What you're looking for is a jaggy, a hard edge sticking out somewhere. If you see a hard asymmetrical edge sticking out somewhere and it's not smoothly symmetric all the way around, that means you have a gap. What happens is your PTFE tube might not be cut perfectly straight to the nozzle. Like that. And so what happens is the plastic oozes out of that gap. And that's going to cook off that plastic in that gap, and it's going to clog your nozzle and eventually restrict your flow to possibly more than the stepper motor can push. Okay? So you're looking for that nice smooth pull that does not have any hard jaggy sticking out. If you do, you might need to pull your PTFE tube out and make sure the end of the PTFE tube is... You need to make sure the end of that PTFE tube is perfectly flat and perpendicular. All right, you can do it with a regular razor blade. Don't crush it. Take your razor blade, put it on top of the PTFE tube and roll it back and forth. And then use your eyeball and use a razor blade. Make sure that edge is nice and flat. If you did the brown fan on the hot end, it's possible the Noctua fan is not pushing enough air. I have had success using noise blockers, and I think they push a little bit more air than the Noctuas. If the Noctua is causing the problem, then you can diagnose that pretty easily. If you start the printer up again, it should print perfectly fine, and then gradually, as it's printing, it should stop again. Okay? If it doesn't work at all, then you have something wrong. Okay? But if it works for a couple of minutes, then stops, and then you let it cool down and start it up again, and it works for a couple of minutes and then stops, that's usually an indication of heat creep. If you really want to use the quiet fans, use the 40 by 20. So the 40 by 20 fan pushes more CFM. And that's what you need. You need more CFM. You've probably dipped below the heat threshold of the capacity of the fan. The way these fans work is by pushing air. We call it CFM, cubic feet per minute. 3D printed glove? No, I haven't. It's like this. You can feel it cooling your hand. That's because you're blowing air over it. Well, the same thing works in your hot end. The air is the heat transfer medium. As the air passes over the hot end, it extracts heat from the hot end and blows it away. If you don't blow enough air over the hot end, not the hot end, the cooling part, the cold side of the hot end, this side here. If you're not blowing enough air over this heatsink portion right here, then the heat, okay, here's your heater block going through this here. Now that heat is going to propagate up into this end. You can't stop it, okay? They're connected, they're touching. You're gonna have heat transfer from the hot end to the cold end. So this is your hot end, this is the cold side, this is the hot side. If too much heat transfers from the hot side to the cold side, the filament inside of this tube will expand and you'll jam. It's called heat creep. So the way we get around that is we cool the cold side. That's why this fan is sitting here. So inside of there, let me get rid of the screen. So inside of here, you can see there's a heat sink in there. And this fan blows air over that heat sink, getting rid of the heat that comes from this heat block down here. Right? So that little thing there is your heater cartridge that heats up this block, which heats up this nozzle. Now there's a small tube connecting this to this. That's called the heat break. It breaks the transfer of heat to the cold side. But that's not really true. It doesn't break it. It restricts it. It limits the flow. Okay? So if this fan isn't blowing enough air, you're going to get heat creep. And that could happen with a Noctua fan. Also, make sure it's clean. Make sure there's no dust in here, because that's going to limit your cooling. Okay? So this is a 40 by 10. That means it's 40 millimeters by 40 millimeters by 10 millimeters thick. If you use a 40 by 20, that'll push more air. And that might be enough and allow you to keep the quiet fan. But the 40-10 Noctua might not be enough. Well, how do you make a fan quieter? You spin it slower. That's it. That's the trick. Now, better bearings and better quality, all that helps. It does help a lot. But the biggest reduction in noise for a fan is to slow it down. If you want to see what I'm talking about, turn on your parts cooling fan at 100%. Now lower it to 50%. You hear the difference? That's how Noctua fans work. That's why you can't really use a Noctua fan for your parts cooling fan, because you need maximum airflow. The best way to get a quiet parts cooling fan is to buy a high quality fan. So look, TH3D, he sells some pretty high quality fans. You got it, man. Good luck. Remember, step by step, diagnose one problem at a time, eliminate one problem at a time. Oh, I'm getting a lot of peeling in my scalp. I can feel my scalp being all peely. Ugh. Sunan, good fans. Hey, we got some PayPals. Jonathan Barnes, $5.86. You rock, dude. And Lawrence Hall, $20. You're awesome, Lawrence. Thank you. Take some pictures up there in Oregon. I know it's beautiful there. And hey, and that's another advice for you guys. Coronavirus advice for you, okay? Go out and take some pictures. Our atmosphere is the cleanest it's been in multiple generations because nobody's out driving. So all the air is clearing. All the smog is going away. So this is your chance to get out there and capture some beautiful pictures and videos, because once we crank the economy back up again, well, all the dirt's going to come back with it. No, that's incorrect. Look at the CFM rating of a Noctua fan. It's like 1/10 that of a regular fan. That's why they list the CFM, so that you can determine if that is enough CFM for your application. All the quiet fans list their CFM, and you'll see. Look at the CFM of the 4020 and look at the CFM of the 4010. Pretty big difference. Okay. Now you can also reduce noise by quality control, a balanced blade, isolation, the rubber feet that Noctua uses, a better quality bearing. All these things will make a fan quieter. But the biggest reduction in noise is by slowing the fan down. The fan spins slower. That's why a lot of these, like Noise Blocker, has multiple speed fans you can pick. Do you want the 2700 RPM fan, or do you want the 5100 RPM fan? Yeah, well, the 5100 RPM is going to be noisier, but you might need the increased CFM that provides, and it's still quieter than the alternative. So that'd be funny. They might be. I've heard of quality control issues with Noctua. I don't have too much experience with Noctua. I don't use too many Noctua fans, just because they cost more money. I tend to use the noise blockers, and I've had pretty good luck with the noise blockers. I don't know. I have no idea. We don't know what the proper CFM is. Nobody does. It's probably usage dependent. What works for me here at 70 degrees and 15% humidity might not be the same. Did something fall out? I felt something touch my foot. I don't know. I don't think there's anything in here but rods. Well, part of the reason for the gaskets is 1, noise isolation, and 2, efficiency. If when you have a slow-moving fan, you need to make sure all of the work is being done to move air. If you have a loose joint between the fan and the casing, it might cheat and draw some air around the casing instead of through the fan, which is going to reduce your efficiency. So both reasons is why they do that. Yeah, if you look at whatever the server manufacturers are using, but then again, they usually don't care about noise, but they usually care about longevity. So whatever server manufacturers are using is probably better quality. That's a guess. I don't really know. Well, of course, the larger the fan, the more air you're going to move, but you have to be able to fit it. You can't put a 120 millimeter fan on here. Wow. You went for, you modified a A8 into a Core XY? Holy crap. Yes, that's the other ways they use to increase efficiency and reduce noise. Okay, these look like they're all preset. Are they all the same length? They sure look like they're all the same length. Because these being different lengths will cause you nothing but nightmares. Okay, what do the instructions say? We have all the parts out now. Yes, in your slicing software. Hang on, I'll show you how to fix that. I had that same problem with my Sonic, and it's not the printer, it's the slicer. Where is my slicer? Why don't I see Chitu box? There it is. So in your slicing software, under settings, you'll see here, mirror. Okay, change this. You probably have yours set to LCD mirror. Change it to normal. If it's already set to normal, change it to LCD mirror. That should fix the problem. I had that same problem. I didn't notice it until I tried to screw my motor mount together, and I realized the threads were reversed. I was like, what the hell? And it was this setting right here. Oh, look at Nosy sleeping there. He's such a good kitty cat. Oh, I see. Okay. So that will bolt right to there. See there. Cool. Simple spool holder. Oh, that's cool. Post a link when you get a chance. That's good. The CR10 bed's not too bad. Okay. Oh, I see. There's an extension here. Ah, and they're marked. Very nice. I'm guessing that is going to be the hot end. I'm surprised they are able to make this bottom plate so thin. How stiff is this? Well, that's pretty stiff. I can't bend it. Okay. I'm okay with that then. Oh, there's your insulated heat pad. Okay. Not bad, not bad. Okay. What do the directions say? Yep. Just change that setting. That's all it is. Well, part of the Hermera design, or the Hermes, was to direct the airflow away from the hot end so that you're not introducing air where you don't want it. Very nice design. You can try. Sometimes it'll let them go through, sometimes it won't, but that's good enough. Default voltage is 220. You need to switch the voltage according to your local voltage. Good, they get to that right away. So let's check. Where is that? I don't see a way of changing the voltage on this one. This one looks like it's auto sensing. It says input 110, 240. So that indicates to me this is an auto switching power supply, because there is no switch anywhere else for me to change. So that must be part of their generic instructions. Yeah, there's no switch. So this is an auto switching power supply. So we should not have to mess with the power supply. We don't mind off topic. This is software called OBS. Hopefully I don't crash it doing this, but let me show you. So I have this program here called OBS. And as you can see down here, I have profiles set up. So this is the monitor, and you can see the monitor. This is the selfie camera, which is this camera right here. This is the subject camera, which is this camera over here. Then I also have one for laptop camera, but that's not working right now. Okay, I can also turn on other cameras. So I can turn on both the laptop display and the other camera, so you can see me and see that at the same time. And then I can turn them off. I can switch to subject camera. I call it subject camera because it's the subject we're working on. And then I can also enable the other cameras at the same time as we're doing that. I can move them around, change their sizes. So I have this one off the screen a little bit, so you can see me while I'm doing this. It's pretty cool. It's very unstable. It's not reliable, but it works. And then eventually, when I figure out which hotkeys to use, you can set up hotkeys. So I have this set up so that I can program this to allow me to switch views and turn things on and off. So I can say, monitor view, selfie view, subject view, and then these can turn on and off selfie, or on and off subject, or on and off monitor when I'm working in OBS. But I have to find hotkey commands that don't conflict with other commands in other programs. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. So I keep this on a second screen over here. I have two monitors here. So my OBS and my chat are on this screen. And then whatever I need to do, or if I'm showing you guys something, is on this screen here. So when I want to show you guys a model, I just bring that up. It's pretty darn cool. And it's free. Yeah, free is good. Free is very good. Yeah, the larger Dr. Woods aren't going to be a problem, because the larger. It's when you start getting to the little ones. That's when you start running into thermal limits. And then, of course, one of my favorite pastimes coming in the future is going to be torturing people who use VR systems. I wonder how many people fell over now. Yeah, we have headphone warnings, now, because a lot of people, they'll wear headphones when listening to YouTube. So when you do something that makes a suddenly loud noise, like headphone warning. So now we're gonna have VR warnings. Nope, I'm not gonna warn nobody. It's the new jump scare. Let's see. So it does look like it's what I thought. Install into the top first, flip it over, install into the bottom, and then install the effector head and the effector arms. That looks pretty darn simple. Simple instructions for simple printer. I was wondering if this is actually going to be. Is there a big difference between OBS and Slobs? I guess I'm assuming by your context that Slobs is another program like OBS. No idea, never tried it. So, this is X. We need Y. This one's Y. Okay, so this is going to be end stop. And this is going to be stepper motor. Now, where does that come out? I guess it comes right out the center. Okay. Yep, right out the center. And that plugs into here. Come here. Go there. There we go. Very neat. I'm guessing that is what that... Ooh, don't you fall on me. I will punish you. Oh, Streamlabs OBS, so it's the same thing. Yeah, I do have a I have a noise gap filter and a noise reduction filter enabled. I was telling you guys earlier, I figured out how to get more than 4 or 5 printers going in this house. See, I only have 50 amp breaker connecting the entire house. Well, my water heater takes 40 amps, and my car takes 30 amps, and the dryer takes 30 amps. You can see the problem here. If I try to run more than 4 or 5 printers at once, I pop the breaker. I realized if I run the printers that don't need a heat bed, I just run the heat bed for the first 2 hours, and then I turn the heat bed off, and then I can start up another printer. Let that run for 2 hours, turn the heat bed off, and I can start up another printer. So I've got 4 printers going right now, and this will be 5, and I'm going to get 2 more going later today. So as long as I can't use any print, like I can't use this one here to print masks because I have to keep the heat bed on. Although that's a small heat bed, that might be okay. Well, I eventually plan to have a camera on an arc so I can move it around. It's something I want to play with eventually. Actually, I have 240 volts, and the problem is my 240 volt stuff. So, you know, the 240 volt 30 amp dryer, the 240 volt 30 amp car, the 240 volt 40 amp hot water heater, and the 10 amp heat pump. You know, that's all greater than 50 amps. So they put a 100 amp breaker panel in the house, but the breaker at the pole is 50 amps. So if I draw more than 50 amps, I pop the main breaker at the pole. I can't just change the breaker because I need somebody to come out and look at it and tell me, is the wire going underground from the pole to my house capable of handling 100 amps? Because if I put a 100 amp breaker in there and the wire's not capable of it, I can start a fire. I don't want that. So I got to wait to have somebody look at it and tell me what kind of wire is there. Do I have to upgrade it? Did they just screw up and put the wrong breaker in? I don't know. Well, it's got a 30 amp breaker, so I'm assuming it's pulling 20-25 amps. You know, electric dryers take a shit ton of power. And I want to put an electric range in. So, more power. So what happens is I start turning on, you know, 300, 400 watt printers, and then, you know, the hot water heater kicks on. Okay, no problem. But then the heat pump kicks on. Pops the breaker. I don't know. It's on a 30 amp breaker, and it's a 4-pin plug. So I don't know how many it draws, but I'm assuming it's drawing at least 20 amps. Have you any feedback concerning your face masks? I don't understand. Wait a minute, I need tools. Exactly. They go up real fast. And I don't have insurance yet. There's my tools. There's my zips. There's my snips. And there's the wrench and the screwdriver. Okay. So, well, there you go. So, 40 amps for the water heater at full tilt and 13 amps for the dryer when I turn it on. That's 53 amps on a 50 amp breaker. You know, then add in the printers and the heat pump and the lights, and you know, you could very quickly go over 50 amps very easily. This house was originally made to be gas. It had a gas range and a gas heater and a gas water heater. Well, now I have an electric water heater, an electric range, and an electric heat pump. Okay, so putting electric stuff in a house that wasn't made to be electric. Most of our breakers are 120 by 15 or 120 by 20. So a 120 by 20 amp would be 10 amps at 240, so about the same. Jesus, hard to grab these screws. They're halfway decent wrenches. Probably. Not yet. I do have her registered, so we should both get the $1,200 check, which we are going to use to pay down some of our debt. I mean, that's $2,400, and that's going to pay off a third of our debt. Hell yes. I also applied for an EIDL grant loan for the channel. I probably won't get anything, but if I do, it's free money. So I'm going to take it. And again, pay down debt. She won't get any unemployment. I might be able to for my reduced income once they enact the new DUA option. So that would actually help quite a lot. Duh, just move that out of the way. So we'll see if any of that comes through. Nice. I love what do you call it? Junkyard printers. I call them junkyard printers because I love that old show Junkyard Wars. And to me, I am fascinated by the printers that people. She is submitting the opposition today. So the opposition to Elderwood is being submitted today, and then we see what happens. Hopefully, somebody at the USPTO has a brain and realizes, yeah, this is legit. This should never have happened. We'll see. X split. Never heard of that. I'll have to check that out too. Where's my other cable? Here it is. No, they won't be dead, but they might be irreversibly in debt. That's the problem. People don't realize that the threat here is not the virus. The virus is nature. You either get it or you don't. There's not a whole lot you can do about it. Ultimately, as regardless of how many people die from it, your probability of dying from this virus is less than 0.5%. There's just not a whole lot of probability there. The problem is going to be the economic damage, and that's going to be on a delayed timer. So keep an eye out this summer when they lift the stay on evictions and see how many people get evicted. That's where things are going to get messy. Yep, he's actually putting a lot of his money into helping the world, which is very impressive. I mean, that's what people like that should be doing. I mean, they've got all the money. They can't die with it. Me too. I'm tired of being fat too. I need to get my fat ass on that fat bike and start losing this goddamn weight. A pre-existing condition? No. But I do have what's called comorbidities. Comorbidities are underlying existing conditions that will cause you to have greater problems in the event that you get sick. And being obese is a comorbidity, meaning if I get sick, it's worse than if I'm not fat. I don't think we'll get to that point. We'll see. It depends on how well some people have a stocked. But it'll be interesting. Jack Dorsey, a third of his entire wealth, $28 million, something like that, or was I don't know. It was 1/3 of his entire value, his entire wealth. You talk about the guy from China, right? Jack Mao, or something like that. Well, it's either get rid of the weight or die. So, my fat ass is a much bigger threat to me than coronavirus. What's in the way? Feels like something's in the way. There it goes. Okay. Yeah. Apparently the Louisiana police did that. They had to apologize. Personally, I thought it was a good idea. I thought it was 1 billion, 28% of his wealth. I thought it was a great idea. I figured it signaled the beginning of the Yum Yum party, and we were going to begin to initiate the ETP protocol, but didn't happen. You tell people when you hear the purge siren, that means we start the ETP protocol. Well, I'm over 200 pounds overweight, so I got to lose a whole one of you. It doesn't. In fact, that's one of the problems. It's so easily transferable from person to person. Okay. Now we flip and install it on the other half. And there's little slots that it slides into. Pretty nicely designed, actually. I have no idea, Action Jackson. I just opened it. I can tell you that in the past, I've had good results with FLSun. Not the greatest results, but good results. Oh yeah, I have calves that would I can't, like, for example, I cannot buy boots. They don't make boots that fit me. My calves are so big, and there's no fat. That's the one part of my body that has no fat. But this way, there isn't a leg machine I can't max out. At least I haven't found one yet. I can max them all out. Not good for your knees though. No, I did not see the Muppets video. I'll have to check that out. I have somewhere in the vicinity of 135 to 140 printers. There is no perspective under which fat doesn't suck. It just sucks. Period. There is no positive to being fat, unless you're sitting on somebody. Then I guess that's a positive. Nice. And it'll be there the next 5 days? Not bad. This printer is going together shockingly easily. Yeah, extra installation. I'm really impressed with how easily this is going together. I mean, I would say this is a beginner's assembly. The build process is definitely beginner friendly. No. Wow, 20 bucks a roll is not too bad for PETG. Well, I eat people, so kidnapping me would not go well for you. So that is for the heater. And this is for the thermistor. Very nice. Good for you, man. Well, the problem is I could probably sell you a Delta for $100, but then it's going to cost you another $100 in shipping. At that point, you could just buy the printer. That's the problem with shipping. If you're local, sure. You got to contact one of the sellers and try to see if they have any returns they're willing to sell. I stumbled upon it accidentally. There's your heat bed. And this is using the silicon dioxide surface like any cubic uses. Yes. If you have basic vision, you could build this. This is easy. This is surprisingly easy to assemble. The only tricky part might be these, but all the bolts are already attached. This is all the bolts you need. It's a surprisingly nice build. I'm impressed. So these just screw into here. They're a little bit on the small side, but they're not bad. I gotta say, they actually they did a pretty good job at making a basic Delta kit easy to assemble. I was expecting a lot more work to put this together. As always, be careful with cross-threading, especially when you're putting steel into aluminum. Feeding yourself on your own land does not work for 90% of the population. Supplementing your food does, because it is a lot of work, but it's enjoyable work. I'm really hoping I can get something of a garden going here. I'm pretty sure I'm going to have to set up a greenhouse because we get warm very quickly, but it goes suddenly. Like last week we were freezing at night, and now we're getting 70 degrees during the day. So it's not we have a pretty short growing season, relatively speaking. But I want to try to plant stuff. I want to start with asparagus because I heard it's a perennial, so it just keeps coming back. And you just keep cutting off more asparagus, which is awesome, and I love asparagus. So I want to try to get that going. Just got to figure out how to. And time. Nice. $15 for PLA is a great price. Especially from a retail store. Ooh, I felt that cross-threading. There it goes. The trick with building these kind of things is less about sight. As long as you can see a little bit, you're okay. The big thing is wait a minute. Shapeways is charging $40 per mask to give to hospitals. Shapeways, the 3D printing company, the service that you can 3D print stuff with, $40 is about right to have somebody else 3D print something like that for you if you want it professionally done. That's probably their cost. I mean, what do? Ask your employees to work for free? That doesn't work. That's why we're making visors for hospitals, because we can distribute the workload. It's going to cost me money. I have to use my own PLA. I have to pay for shipping, but I don't mind if I can help out a little bit. Plus the electricity. It's probably going to cost me $100 a month in electricity. But Shapeways is a company. They have employees. They can't just give them away for free. They have to pay their employees. Now, as to whether or not that's a fair price, I don't know. In this environment, it would be suicidal to gouge somebody, so I'm guessing that's a fair price. I highly doubt in this environment they would attempt to price gouge, since that would end them pretty quickly. So I'm going to put the cooling fan on the front. Nope, I got to do it that way. But I can do it that way. Nope, I want to see the hot end. I want it this way. They even have a little bit of blue Loctite on here, which is nice. The only settings I change would be things like retraction, wipe, temperature, cooling. That's basically all that I change when I go to PETG. Well, I consider my time to be a donation because that's, just what I want to do. So I'm okay with that. But as a company, you can't do that. You can donate the company's time, but you can't donate your employees' time. You have to pay your employees. Really? We don't get a reduction on electricity. Boy, that'd be nice, because my electric bill is like $300, $400. My electric bill legit takes up half my income. Although that'll get better now that I'm not using the heat pump. Well, these are probably not full respirators. They're probably 3D printed filter masks. Temperature up, speed down, wipe up, retraction down, less retraction, not more. Usually to help with stringing. You have to play it by ear. Just try it. But I like using 255C on the hot end. 255C on the hot end with 25% fan for my PETG. That's what I tend to use. My favorite so far is the Frozen Sonic Mini. It's so bloody freaking fast. I love that machine. Assuming the LCD panel holds out and lasts as long as it's supposed to. Yes. My favorite so far is the Sonic Mini. Exactly. Shapeways does high quality printing. Huh. Well, I don't get a discount here. It's 16 to 18 cents a kilowatt hour. That's why I want solar panels so badly. It's expensive for electricity up here. Huh. New Zealand, hello. Where are you, Riff Raff, what country are you in? The only problem I have with the Sonic Mini is if I do a really busy print, I sometimes get artifacts, and I'm not sure where they're coming from. I don't know if there's a flaw in my printer, or if it's just the nature of the software, or what. But otherwise, it's amazing. It's just so fast. And, the biggest reason it's fast is not because the printer's faster. It's not. The printer doesn't move any faster than the Mars Pro or the Photon. The UV light is so strong through that black and white screen, the monochrome screen, that I can print at 0.2 millimeter layer heights. And being able to print at 0.2 millimeter layer heights quadruples the print speed. A print that would take 4 hours now takes an hour. Hello, Sweden. Isn't RC Life on from Sweden? I love his channel. It's always a pain to get the last one in. Because the head wants to move on you. There we go. Got it. Really? Now that's pretty cool. So you're doing hydroponics. Well, part of the reason for that, JC Productions, is that the algorithm has spoken. This is the way. 10 to 12-minute videos do better. If I put out 3 12-minute videos a week, I would probably triple my income. But then I'd have to put a lot of behind-the-scenes work into making those 12-minute videos. You should see some of the work some of these pro YouTubers put in to making these videos. It's a lot of work. That's why I take the easy way with live streams. Okay. So this is level, which is going to be that. This is turbofan, which is this one. This one is heat, which is this one. This one is fan, which is going to be this one. Yes. And then this one is temperature, which is this one, temperature. They're all properly labeled. And then this is going to be our sensor. Well, that should fertilize the plants. The plants should like that. So how does this attach? So, I mean, obviously this connects here. But how does it attach here? Oh, is that a magnet? Yes, it is. Look at that. Okay. That's cool. I think we need power. It's on. But nothing on the screen. I wonder if it is set to 220. And if I have to take it apart to change it. Yeah, 70C is about right for a glass bed. 170 is not out of the ordinary. Plus it's a Delta. People are interested in that. My usual is between 150 and 200 when I do something interesting. Yes, there's a plastic cover on the build plate. I'm figuring to leave that there until I'm ready to go. I'm hoping I can access this from the top. I didn't see a switch on the power supply unless it's not obvious. So I'm going to pop this open and see what I see. I did. I checked and I didn't see one, but I could have missed it. Now the good news is I'm safe at 110 because if it's accidentally on 220, nothing happens. It's when you have 220 power and you have it set to 115. That's when blue smoke happens. Release the pixie dust. £37 for 2.3 kilograms. That's not bad. I mean, it's not great, but that's not horrible. And what's ice filament? Magnetic steel plates are the cat's meow. They are the best. Nothing beats it. Yes, the light lit up. Not the screen, but the light on the switch, that lit up. But the screen didn't come on. Okay. There is no switch on that side. Oh man, I really do not want to have to tear this apart. And there is no switch there. Does the instructions say anything? Nothing there. I don't know. That's YouTube. The only assumption is I'm not doing a good enough job to attract more viewers. So I just got to work on that. It says the voltage switch is below the upper shell. But I do not see a switch. That's where a switch would be. And there's no switch there. Oh, wait a minute. There is a switch there. Oh, it's not accessible from the outside, but I can get to it. Aha! I bet you that was the switch. Let me show you guys this. Come here. Can you see it? Where's it at? There it is. Can you see it? Oh, there we go. Got focus now. Now I need light. There it is. See that little switch right there? See that little black switch right there in the center? I think that's the voltage switch you got to flip. That's what you can do. Is you can stick your wrench in here like this, and you can flip that switch. Make sure it's not plugged in when you do this. Okay. Pretty sure that's the switch. We're about to find out. That was the switch. Well, I might as well give you guys a view in here. While we're here. So here's the inside. So there's your exhaust fan there to draw the air out of the heater, the power supply. Your stepper motors. And here's your board. Come on, focus. Oh, there's an extra driver there. That's cool. I might be able to use that to... Ooh, I have an idea for that. This thing has an extra stepper driver. So I'm wondering if I could put a linear actuator down here to push finished parts off the print bed. Okay. Crap, I don't know which way this goes. I'm going to assume I want this to be close to the input here. This is my input. Yeah, I'm going to assume I want that. Dual extrusion's not really pointful on a printer this tiny. I don't think it'd be very good. But I can think of other uses for it. I do believe this has quiet drivers. Well, that's where I got it from AutoDrop. They're supposed to be sending me one of those printers, by the way. Hopefully he does, because that would be a fun thing to do on the channel. I can set up a server and have you guys send prints to it. I wonder how many dicks we'll get. He said he set up a public server and it just kept printing out dicks. I was like, what did you think was going to happen? Like, I could have told you that. It was like, you just roll with it, baby. You just roll with it. Well, pretty small build volume. He's using monoprice mini deltas. It's the internet. That's the nature of it. Especially once Reddit gets a hold of it. Dick butts. Learn to enjoy dick butts, because you're getting a lot of dick butts. Now, it's got extra holes here. Not sure why. I want to put screws in them, because why not? Okay. I'm not sure if I need these screws, but the holes are there, and I've got the screws, so I'm going to put them in. Losing steps if it prints slow. Well, that's interesting. I hope not. I like their last printer. I have the FLSun QQ Cricket, I think, and it was okay. It was a decent printer. Hopefully, it's something they can fix in firmware. Okay. Here is my suggestion. Do not buy these. These are dangerous. Okay? These things are fucking dangerous. Alright? Now, if you understand that these things are fucking dangerous, and you can set up a safe environment to operate one in, they kick ass. Just remember, they're dangerous. You have a 4.5 watt unshielded, unprotected laser. All right? If that hits anybody in your household in the eye, pet or human, you're going to have a bad day. Okay? So be safe. They really should not be selling those things without an enclosure. Beyond that, yes, it's an awesome machine so far. There is nothing that I'm aware of at the CR10 Pro price and print quality. The deltas that I'm aware of that are excellent quality, and I mean excellent quality, they're $1,500 to $2,000 machines. You're talking about something from Semi CNC. As far as the low end deltas, I honestly don't know. I don't have enough experience. Okay. Now we can get rid of that. Install the level module. Level module is installed. Click on Tool. Tool isn't an option, but auto level is. Oh, we're already in Tool. Ah, okay. Tool, auto level. Click auto level. Plug in leveling switch and module. Confirm. Yeah, I think we will do a Marvin group. Yes, you have to heat them. You have to basically put them in a food dehydrator, and you have to remove the moisture. When PLA absorbs moisture, it becomes brittle. You'll have to experiment with that. You could probably go down to 50, but I believe a 20C drop is what will release from the print bed. So you'd have to stay above 45. Whether or not you can successfully get down to 45, you'll have to test. It probably depends on how much surface area there is between the bed and the print. So a print that has this much connected to the bed, you might be able to go down to 45. While a print that has this much connected to the bed will probably pop off. So you'll have to experiment. We'll actually be doing one of those on this channel eventually. I kind of feel bad about it because I didn't realize what I was asking them to send me because I never did a video on it. Because it was an expensive printer. Basically a copy of the G-Create G-Max. I have the H3D H500. It's a 445 printer. It's a full-on kit. That's probably going to be a 10-hour live stream. We'll probably start 10 at night, go to 8 in the evening. But eventually, we'll do that. And then, of course, eventually I want to do an ANA A8 just because. It depends on the material. Moisture in the case of PLA means brittle. Before you put it in the oven, okay, first of all, I don't know if 50C is too high. I think Matter Hackers has an entire page that gives you the suggested temperature for each plastic type. Check that. Then the next thing you have to do is you have to put a temperature probe into your oven, set it for the desired temperature, and make sure your oven can actually do that. A lot of consumer ovens are, they're not PID, they're bang bang. And bang bang basically means bang on, bang off, bang on, bang off, instead of a to modulate the temperature. Which means during that bang bang cycle, your oven might get too hot and destroy your roll of PLA. So be careful. Test your oven first with a temperature probe. get a barbecue probe. Eventually, I'm going to build the H3D H500, which is basically a G-Max 2 clone. It's a 445 printer, like the G-Max, and it's a full-on kit. Like, you have to assemble everything. There's no pre-assembly at all. That's going to be a long stream. Yes, I've seen his skateboard. I want one. I want to see him just stick a board right through that and make like a hoverboard Segway kind of thing using just one. Yeah. Chris Carlotta made this for me. This is that. I love it. It's great. Oh, give me a second. I gotta start a print really quick in the back room. So, Fires 3D or Firendes 3D is a guy on Twitter who makes a lot of really cool stuff. Well, he made a experimental vase mode jar. So it's a jar, a box, a jar with a lid. That's all vase mode. So of course I cranked up to 11. So that is at 250% with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle at 0.4 millimeter layer height. Printed that in 12 hours. That's what you can do with a gigantic nozzle. Do that. So yeah, I wanted to start printing the lid. So the lid is also vase mode print, and that will screw on there. Nice. Same problem with the Bowden tube. This shouldn't interfere. That should be fine. This is as high as this printer can go. It can't go any higher, and that's not in the way, so it should be okay. The one thing I might do is make a flying extruder. So I might put that extruder down here and just have it dangle. Exactly. I wanted to go 300%, and I could, and it would have only taken an extra 3 hours to print. The problem is, I don't think there's enough filament on that roll to do that, so I made it 250%. Hello, Santiago from Spain. All right, so we did the leveling. Remove the level module after leveling, okay? So that gets you your mesh. Okay. That doesn't have to be fixed. It's not going nowhere. Move Z0. Oh, it's even telling me to do that on the screen. Click, adjust. It's even prompting me on the screen. It's blinking the next. You guys, this is awesome. This is actually really nice. So when I came into here, let me switch over to this view. So when I came into here, it was actually blinking this icon. And when that was finished, it was blinking move to 0, which it did. And now it's blinking move Z. So they've actually coded the firmware to walk you through this process. That's actually pretty damn nice. That's what a beginning printer needs. Yeah, get a what you need is a food dehydrator, and there's 2 things you need. They're about $30 or $40 on Amazon. You need the ones that are round, because you're going to have to take out all those round inserts so you can put roll filament in there. And it needs to have digital temperature controls, not the dial, because you can't get precise enough with the dial. Now, even with the digital temperature controls, set your desired temperature. Put a temperature probe in there. Make sure it actually does it, because you might set it for 50C and it might go to 58C. In which case, you're going to have to maybe run it at 44C in order to get 50C, and you'll have to figure that out. I've only had 4 deltas. I had a Cossel that I got off of Craigslist, which was okay. I had to kind of mess with it to make it work. The FLSun QQ, which worked fine. And the Monoprice Mini Delta. Otherwise, this is my next Delta. So I haven't done too much with Deltas. Adjust Z. I think that's good. We are at minus 1.8. We will save that. So it looks like it has a 220 build volume. So it's probably got a 200 build volume, because you need room to move the head. Hey, drone shots. I got a drone shot of the actually, I can show you. Where did I put that? Is it here? Nope. Here? Yes. Let me show you guys this. So here's them changing out the unit on the pole. Here's from the drone. So that thing right there is what they had to change. That's the amplifier they had to change to fix the internet here. That's why I lost it last week. Let me tell you, that Mavic Mini was struggling. It was tilted like this. And it was doing this, trying to hold its position in that wind. The wind was so heavy. Like that gimbal and that auto nav was working hard to keep that drone stable. I was right at the very limit of the wind that this drone could handle. These are the expansion loops they use to allow the wire to work. So that's why my stream died last week. This is my yard right here. These are my trees. And they were doing this work here. So you see, here's my entrance. Here's the driveway to my house. So they were working right here, right at my house. If this was on the other side, I would have been fine. Well, at least I'm right there at the amplifier, so that's probably why I have very good signal. So now they got a brand new amplifier up there. Thank you, DJ Rob William. Don't forget, down below I have a PayPal link. PayPal does not take 30% like YouTube does, and I appreciate it no matter what. Who is this? Oh, wow. Somebody's making a transformer in Blender. Nice. Hey, Timothy, how's that transformer coming along? What mail do I have today? Income support, registration, junk mail, shooting times. I guess a magazine. Mostly junk mail. What the extruder on Amazon that displays image for this live stream? I don't understand what that means, OCJ. Well, repair. The apparently water got into it and it was damaging it, and it was part of the reason why I had intermittent signal issues. Wasn't enough for me to complain about it, but obviously it was enough for other people to complain. Okay, what is on the SD card? I'm not a fan of those SD card readers, so I will use my own. What tea would I like this time? I'm probably going to make some Cinnamon Express tonight, or maybe some ginger peach. Although I'm out of cinnamon plum, I gotta remember to order more cinnamon plum. It's a softer flavor, but so delicious. I got 2 extra screws, and I don't know what they're for. They might just be extras. Okay, let's make sure everything heats up. So we're going to go to 200 on the extruder, and we're going to go 60 on the bed. There we go, 260. Now the question is, how much can I manhandle this before I lose that level? Where is my spool? I had a little spool sitting right here. Here we go. Actually, you know something? Let's put something nice in here. I'm going to gamble that this thing is going to work okay. And let's feed it some nice plastic. I don't actually know what the thumbnail looks like. Oh, somebody had asked for help with a non-extrusion on their printer, and so I brought up a picture on Amazon just to show them what I was talking about, so I can give them, tech support on how to diagnose their problem. So I just needed to bring up an image of a standard Creality extruder. Nice. I have 4 printers going right now, and I could do 140 a day with those 4 printers. I can bring that up to 210 a day if I bring 2 more printers online. I don't know how much I want to push my power conditioning, though. Plus, my biggest problem is not... Okay, I don't have to worry about filament. I have 700 kilograms of filament. I'm never going to run out of filament, ever. Okay? I mean, this place will rot away and disappear before I run out of filament. The problem is, it's expensive to ship stuff, and I don't have the kind of money I need to ship things. So even though I could probably make 1,000 masks, I can't afford to ship 1,000 masks. All right, FLSun, don't disappoint me. I'm feeding you the good stuff, okay? This is the good stuff. We definitely have a restriction here. This was a nice tight bend. That was no good, so I'm going to have to straighten that out a little bit. Because I had a tough time pushing through there, but now we're good. Okay. Is there anything on the SD card? Nope, this is a lighter blue. This is more like winter blue from Protopasta. Not quite. A plane ticket would still be $200. Oh, they even have assembly videos. That's cool. And we have 2 test models. Let's see what they are. One says elephant. That's pretty obvious what it is. It's an elephant. Yeah, a little elephant. Okay. Of course, with a brim, which nobody wants. The other one is knurling. Oh, that's actually a good print. So we're going to print the test print they include on the SD card. And then while it's printing that test print, I bought those 700 rolls. People do not send me filament. They send me printers, but they don't typically send me filament. I've received less rolls of filament for free than I have fingers. Okay, so I've received maybe 10 rolls of filament for free. Remember those crazy filament alert videos I would post? Well, there you go. That's why. when I was able to get filament for $3 or $4 or $5 a roll, I bought a lot. Last time I launched a rocket was 3 years ago. Yeah, that sucks. Okay. I do not like the way that is bending. I mean, it's not a problem, but I would prefer it if it didn't. Yeah, I actually wish companies would send me filament because I can't buy more filament. I don't got money. But I need to get the new colors that people want to see. But I can't afford to buy them. So it's kind of a catch-22. So every now and then I'll buy a color that really, really attracts my attention. But yeah, it'd be nice to Filament 1 has given me a few rolls of filament. So I'm probably past 10 rolls because Filament 1's given me a decent amount of filament. I buy from him too, but every now and then he'll toss me a roll and say, "Hey, try this, Joan. Check this out." So I shouldn't say that. Now, is there is a profile slicing software tutorial? All right, let's get this printing. That depends. Nice filament is based on what you're using it for. Where is the thing? Over here. Okay. Hang on a second. Oh, upside down. Why isn't this going in? Oh, there it goes. It's just a little tight. Okay. Print. And we are going to print I don't know which one it's going to print. Pick one. Knurling. Here we go. It's going up to 70. That's fine. This printer I did not buy. They sent this to me. So FLSun or one of the resellers, I don't know which, contacted me and said, "Would you like to try this printer?" I said yes. And they sent me this printer free of charge. With the obviously understanding that I would do this. I would make a video. This printer is FLSun Q5. That is quick. Come here. You got it? You got it. Can I adjust the Z live? Yes, I can. So we're going to do Z down, just a hair. There we go. That looks better. No, it's actually not. Let's go more. Z rise, 0.1. It's quiet. We're good. I'm sorry. Let me get you guys back to here. So you're looking at $269. Now, if you want to pay a premium, you can get it prime shipped. Oh no, that's the QQS. That's the other printer that I have. This one here is $269, not available prime yet. So you're looking at under $300, which for an auto leveling, largely pre-assembled Delta, not bad. Well, I'm guessing it's 200 by 200. FLSun Q5. Yeah, 200 by 200. Now, of course, that's a 200 diameter circle, not a 200 square. So a 200 circle is smaller than a 200 square. Actually, this thing's $219 on Banggood. Wow. No, same price, shipping. Okay, they lowered the price and they added the shipping, so it's still the same, about the same price, $266, $286 on Banggood. So let's check GearBest. FLSun Q5. Looks like it's not available on GearBest yet. But GearBest search doesn't always work very well. Q, okay, it's not available on GearBest yet. Okay. So Banggood for like $280, $290, or Amazon, which is probably direct from FLSun, if I had to guess. Ships and sold by FLSun. So that's the cheapest price right there, $269. I should be recording the Tinkercad episode for. I'm gonna try to do a release for a video on Friday and Monday. I'm gonna try to up my videos to 2 per week to try to up my ad revenue a little bit. So hopefully I'll have that Tinkercad video out this Friday. I've got my notes right there for it, for the things to cover. Is it January? Well, okay. You have to understand. January, they shut down the nation. Okay? You know, December, January, the Chinese government shut down the entire country. Okay? So they said, that's it. You're on holiday. You're staying on holiday. Don't go back to work. Nobody's opening. That's how they were able to control the coronavirus in China. They just shut down the whole country and froze everybody in place. They didn't start getting back to work until a couple weeks ago. ABS subscription boxes? No, I'm not aware of any ABS subscription boxes. So, yeah, they're all going to be behind on everything, and it wasn't their choice. They didn't have a choice. The Chinese government is an authoritarian government. If they tell you to stay home, you stay home. But they should be back up and running now, so just give them a polite message. Say, hey, you know, I know you guys were down for the, you know, the virus and the holiday and stuff like that, but, you know, just want to check on my order, and they'll get back to you. Hey, that's looking pretty nice. And I haven't heard any skipping yet. Actually, yes, you can, because I can bring this camera over here. And this even has a little bit of a stand kind of thing. So I should be able to get you nice and close. And then turn on selfie cam. Oh yeah! Check that out. Let's put this over here. This way you have the wide angle and the close angle. Okay, this is cool. Well, I don't want to get into conspiracy crap, but it doesn't really matter. What matters is they gave us a 2-month warning and we floundered it. We squandered it. We didn't act on that warning. That's our fault, not their fault, regardless of what their numbers are. I could probably get you even closer. This does have autofocus. And it has a magnet, so it should stay put. Okay, that's cool. All right, now, can I get Simplify 3D set up for this? I've never actually tried to use Simplify 3D's import profile function, so let's try that. Okay, account, add-ins, tools. So import FFF profile. No, that's to do it manually. Oh, I know, isn't it great? It was just a matter of money and time to set it up. Let me turn this way. And then I can bring this over here. Oh, much better. And the magnet really helps too. There we go. Very nice. That's a good view too. The autofocus is doing a good job. Yeah, the fans are pretty quiet actually. And they are going. This is actually a pretty quiet printer. Let me give you an up-close noise here. Seriously? Come on. Play nice. So here's the noise level up close. Not bad. So far. No, that's okay. Remember, part of the entire point of this channel is that we go all over the place. You will notice that we will jump all over the place to random topics for random issues, and that's just kind of what we do. So don't be worried about that at all. Okay, so how do you import? I've never actually done this before. Is it under options? Machine? Models? I've never actually accessed Simplify 3D's database for getting a profile into the printer, into the salt slicer. Yeah, see if you can find some Zyro. I have links down below for it, but you want Zyro Twinkling Red. It is a ruby-colored candy apple transparent red with glitter in it. And it is one of my favorite filaments of all time. The blue is a perfect sapphire and will blow your freaking mind. The metal, the hot end is metal, but it's most likely PTFE lined. It looks like a V5 clone. Help. Configuration assistant. Yeah. Let's look for FLSun QQ. I got the QQ, but not the... Okay, so I got a... I think I can use that. I think that'll work. No, that's for importing your own saved FFF profiles. I'm talking about accessing Simplify's online profile database. They don't have the Q5, sadly. But they do have the QQ. And so I just imported the QQ, but I set the size to... I left the X and Y 183 and set the Z to 200. Hopefully that's close enough. Okay, now can I import the visor into this? I'm not sure. Yes, I can print visors on this. It should fit. In theory, it should fit. Let's check. Where is one of them? Ooh, it's close. It's real close. So this size is definitely wrong in my preview here, because this shows a lot more space than I actually have. So let's change this. Oh, I see. Does this Marvin Groot have a clump foot? I don't understand. So it is an 8.5-inch bed. There's math you have to use. I'm trying to remember the math. I haven't done a delta in so long. Yeah, multi-camera is nice. This is wrong. I know this is not correct. Now, because deltas work in the center, I think I can get away with doing it, as long as I don't put an object that's too big. So for now, I think we can slice this. So let's merge all solid, avoid crossing outline, allow single extrusion, 100% overlap. I guess I can show you guys what I'm doing too. So here I'm playing with a slicer. I'm going to set 0.4, 0.9, 0.4. That looks fine to me. Retraction of 5, I'm going to leave it alone. Retraction speed, we're going to set that to 35. I don't like that. I do not like vertical lift. I'm going to turn that off. Well, actually, with a delta, that's okay. No restart. We are going to do a wipe of 8 millimeters. Otherwise, this looks okay. Layer 0.2333 is what I prefer for my default. Addition, skirt. We'll do the skirt at 5 millimeters, 2 outlines. That looks okay to me. Defaulting to 25% looks okay to me. 60, and we're not going to do that. We're going to do 220. And then I will add a second layer change to 210, and we'll see how that works. Cooling, I do layer 3, 100%. This I'm pretty sure is wrong. I'm almost certain that's wrong. We're going to leave that alone. We're going to leave that alone. Speed, I like defaulting to 50. This looks fine. No horizontal size compensation. I usually set to 1.73. We're going to allow single extrusion 100%. We're going to turn that off, turn this on, set a minimum of 2. Minimum extrusion length 1 millimeter. You ain't doing a minimum extrusion of 1 millimeter. No way. Printing width 50% looks fine. Endpoint extension looks fine. We're going to update that. We're going to save as Q5. Now, I think this profile is okay, except I know this is wrong. Budweiser. That's good. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, so far it looks like it's printing fine. I do see a problem with the infill. So I'm guessing they turned their extrusion multiplier down for the infill, which is no good. But that's their own slice, so I'm not too worried about that. So now, how do I fix this? All right. Slicer, delta. There's math, like 77% or something like that. Or multiply by 0.77 or... Yeah, these are friction fit. They're actually pretty nice. These are some broken ones. This one is a little less broken. Note that one's broken too, but it just works like this. That's it. And then the plastic attaches. I actually like that because then I don't have to buy elastic. Hey, Rui Raptor. Laughing is good. It makes you feel better. 707. That's it. You will take your diameter and multiply by 0.707. So 200 times 0.707. Did I do that wrong? 200 divided by 0.707. I'm sorry. 200 times 0.707. 141.4. So this needs to be 141.4. 141.4. And then 70.7. That's the center point. And z-axis 200. That's more like it. That's the actual build volume we have. Okay. Good, good, good. Okay. What did I miss here? I saw that, but how well does it work? That's what I'm curious about. I've seen people do that where it doesn't, because I like the idea of not requiring a hole punch. I think the issue is medical field approval. The designs we're printing, designs like this, the particular medical industry that we're delivering to has approved this design. And that's why they're using that design. So it's not a matter of which is better. It's a matter of what will the hospital accept. And they're accepting this, so people are printing this. Same with the Prusa design, etc. Tinkercad's a little tough to work with because it's easier and it's harder. It's a different way of working with objects. You're working. Think of working with Lego blocks. Except some Lego blocks can delete. That's how Tinkercad works. While with Fusion 360, you're creating a blueprint, and it generates your model from that blueprint. That means it's harder to make a model in Fusion 360, but it's a whole lot easier to modify, tweak, and edit that model later. Tinkercad, it's pretty easy to make basic primitives as long as there's not too many complex shapes, but it's very hard to go back and change it later.
Do not jump in my face. Do not do it.
Okay, so now we have the correct dimensions for this printer. Now let's check my infill. Infill extrusion width, I'm going to go 105%. And overlap, I use 35%, but we're going to use 40% for this. Okay, so that should be a good profile for this. This is an untested profile, of course. So do remember, I have not even tried this yet. But I'm going to upload this to my Google Drive. FLSun Q5. Printer profiles. Save. No, I don't want to replace it, you dumbass. File, export profile. Q5. Google Drive, 3D printing, printer profiles, FLSun Q5. There we go. Oh, really? I wonder if I could combine the two. Well, see, the reason this one works by pressure to hold it to your head is because it's so light. All right? If this were a if this were heavier, that wouldn't work because it would just fall down. Okay? This works because of how light it is. That's why the other designs I have, like you take this one for example, you're not going to pressure fit this one no matter what you do. It's too heavy. This weighs as much as 5 of those. All right, so this one you have elastic that you put on it to hold it to your head. Okay. Do I have one with elastic I can show you? Here's one ready to go. So you just take some of this here. Actually, I have elastic I have for this. What did I do with it? There we go. Nope. Come here. Seriously, give me one that's not being used. 12 ounces. So I got these headbands. These are hair bands for women from Dollar Tree. It doesn't even fit my head, okay? But they have holes in it, okay? So they have these little holes in them. And I use those holes to attach to these bands. And it works very well. There we go. So now this clamps to your head. And there you go. That's it. Those will fall just fine because these are vase mode prints. So these are very, very flexible. They have an incredible amount of flexibility. You can drop this all day long and it ain't going to hurt it. I mean, these are very, very flexible. Well, that's part of the reason, I think, why they have the hooks, so that you can add the elastic. Just a rubber band. These go far enough around to the back of your head that a rubber band might be enough to attach that. The reason I'm doing those is because TH3D can use them, and I don't have to provide elastic or flexies, because the flexies, I call them flexies because that's what Harper called the flexies on Andromeda. It's just what I call them. But the flexies, I don't have access to get more of those. So he's providing those. He's laser cutting them. So all I got to do is mail out a whole bunch of those. Is that a Thingiverse number? I'm going to assume that it is. 704 or 708? So there's 704. Now the only problem is by having this band here, I can't stack them. Excuse me. And here's 704. 704 is a charger stand. I'm assuming that's not what you meant. I'm assuming you meant this. The problem with that one is that I can't stack them. And by using a stackable design, I can do this. Which means I can turn one printer on and come back in 30 hours and that's done. Yes, overhead projector sheets. I got like the last one before Amazon ran out. So I've been using those to make bands for my local critters. So some of the employees at local stores have inquired about getting face shields, so I've been making them for my local stores. I'm currently making them for Dollar Tree, McDonald's, and Smith's. Okay, so that is good. So we can now let's get my Marvin Groot. We have to do a Marvin Groot. Downloads. Groot. Baby Marvin Groot. There it is. There's our Marvin Groot. So let's just change this to not print the visor. And there's our Marvin Groot. Well, that's something that, are you talking about the visor here? Well, that's kind of a trick I figured out. One of the problems I had was, I was showing you guys on the paper earlier, when it drops the filament in place. That is definitely, no, it's knurled. Okay, it's not under extrusion, it's knurled. I was having a problem with when it tried to print at the air gap between the two. Sometimes it wouldn't attach, and that just destroyed the bridging for this part here. See how it just wrecks it? Okay. So the thing is, I need the bevel to be on the bottom, and then I need the this is actually the wrong model. Hang on, I'll show you the one I use. I have a new one that I made up for this. There it is. I made it solid. You can see here how I made it solid all the way through. This way I can keep the bevel on the bottom, and I can, instead of closing it on the bottom, I close it on the top. I don't know. By closing it on the top, the rest of the model is fully established so that when it bridges correctly. And that also gives me a more solid base to drop the next air gap model onto. So now what I do is I tell it to print 3 perimeters, no bottom, and 3 top. And by doing that, I get this. So I get the 3 top layers. Oh, I don't want infill. Infill, 0, extruder, 1.1, infill. Oh, somebody did show up. What's that? Thank you. Remember, next time you can use the pull through here. So you don't have to run so far. Resin. Stickeryeti put 1 kilogram bottles of resin on sale for $17.50. Hello. Yes, I bought 4. Hell yeah. No leaks either. There was a potential problem with leaking, so they were guaranteeing 900 milliliters, but I don't see any leaks on that one. Oh, heck yes. $17.50 for, actually with shipping, it's $18.25. $18.25 for a liter of resin. Hell yes. Is that still going? Yes, it is. So, extrusion width 90%, since we are over extruding the perimeters. And that should give us a nice solid print. So now I print 3 top layers and then nothing here. And that has so far been working. I've been getting good stacks doing that. We also need to turn off the additions so that we don't get the skirt going around it. And that's how I print my visors. I'm using a 0.4 millimeter gap, but I think I'm going to try a 0.35 millimeter gap and see if that helps. Hell yeah, that's a good sale. That's as cheap as PLA. Yeah, I have that. I have a video on Life of Nerys if you're curious about that. I have a Honeywell doorbell that you can actually upload an MP3 to of whatever you want. It's nice. No, actually, it looks like it was through Amazon. You bought it direct, but it was shipped through Amazon. Let me get that centered for you guys. There we go. Well, they were having a problem with bottles leaking in the Amazon warehouse. So I guess they got sent back to returns through Amazon, not through customers. And so to get rid of it quick, they put it on like deep discount sale. They would guarantee you'd get at least 900 milliliters of fluid. And I would look at either the Eligo Mars, the Anycubic Photon, the Creality LDR002R, or the Sonic, the Frozen Sonic Mini, because they're all basically the same, except for the Frozen Sonic Mini. The Eligo, the Creality, and the Anycubic are all basically the same machine. There's no tangible difference between them. The Sonic Frozen Mini, however, is a bit different. It's a lower resolution, smaller build volume, which doesn't really matter. Trust me, it doesn't matter. But the big benefit is that it has a black and white screen instead of an RGB screen. So the screen should last 2,000 hours instead of 400 hours. Remember, the LCD screen on these printers is a consumable. You have to replace them after a time. So this one will last 4 to 5 times longer, and it prints bloody freaking fast. And it's only 200 bucks. Well, about 250 with shipping. I think you can get it for $229 on Amazon when it's in stock. I haven't used the Frozen in a couple of weeks because I just haven't had a need for resin. But now that I have a whole bunch more resin, I'm going to play with that a little more. And I believe I have another resin printer coming in. I have the what printer is it? It's another one like the Eligo. What is it? I don't know. Hang on. I think I have it saved. Oh yeah, up here. Your lists. Hopefully I have it saved. I do not. There's Sonic Mini. It's out of stock. I want this one just because it's red and gold like Iron Man. It's something 30. Orange 30 maybe? Orange resin. Orange resin 3D printer. Longer 3D. It's the Orange 30. This one right here. That one is on its way to me. The printer you're going to be looking at is this one here is basically a copy of the other ones. They're all the same basically. So you have the longer Orange 30. That is $299. Actually, it's got a slightly bigger build volume. Then let's do Resin 3D printer. So you're looking at the Eligo Mars, the Anycubic Photon. Oh, that's new. The Orange 10. If you want super cheap, you can get this one also from Anycubic. And here's the Creality. So these are the printers I have experience with. I have the Eligo Mars. Works great. No problems. I also have the Anycubic Photon. Again, works fine. No problems. Actually, it's very reliable. Longer 3D is another printer company. So this is basically a copy of the Mars. I don't have this one, but I have their other printers, and they work fine. This is their low-end printer, very, very cheap. Slightly smaller build volume, slightly lower resolution screen, but $212 prime shipped. Then you have this one here. You get 5% off. I have this one, and it works very well. It has a stronger UV light than the Anycubic, so it can burn a little bit faster. And then, of course, you have the Sonic Mini, which is currently out of stock on Amazon, of course. But this printer is bitchin'. It's my favorite. You can order direct from FLSun, but you're gonna pay dearly for the shipping. I have not tried the Epax X1. I hear it's good. I hear good things about it, but I have not tried it. But this printer is badass. When I want something fast, it's going to sound counterintuitive, but when I want something right now and I want it quick, this is the printer I use, because I can print at 0.2 millimeter layer height and like a 2-second burn time. So this thing just cranks things out fast. With the FLSun, I got to use like an 8-second burn time. Oh, I wish. I so badly want a Saturn. Oh, I want that so bad. So let's get this. Let's use. No, I don't want to use that one. I want to use this memory card. I'll just save it to the desktop for now. Actually, let's try a double stack and see if it works. I don't even know if it's going to work on this printer. So here's what you do. You copy it, Control-C, Control-V, Control-V. Okay, so now you have 3 of them. So you highlight all 3 and you go to Edit and you go to, or is it Mesh? Nope, View, Edit, Align Selected Model Origins. Plop. That puts all the models directly on top of each other. Okay, so now I'm going to pick just one. That's the first one, so that's going to stay at 0. Now this model is exactly 5 millimeters thick, and I want a 0.4 millimeter separation. No, I have not messed with the CR20 Pro. So now I'm going to pick the second one, and I'm going to lift it. Wait a minute, why do I have a Z offset? There shouldn't be a Z offset. Okay, let me get rid of that Z offset. File, wait a minute, Z offset of 0. Oh, wait a minute. There's a built-in Z offset? Why is there a built-in Z offset of 0.44 millimeters? That's a model incompatibility or something? Why do I have an offset of 0.44? So if I save this, export binary STL to desktop, and if I re-import this, why is it saying it can't auto-arrange? It clearly fits. I mean, I can see that it fits. There, 0 offset. That's what I want. Control-C, VV, edit, align selected model origins. We're going to pick the second model, and we're going to lift it up to 5.4. And then we're going to pick the third model. We're going to go to 10.8. There. Now I have all 3 models with a 0.4 millimeter gap in between them. The actual plastic for the face shields, you're either ordering raw plastic or you're getting things like transparency sheets. So something like Home Depot or Office Depot or Office Max or Staples. Now I have brim turned off. It might be that I'm technically slightly outside the build volume. We'll have to see. So now I have them split up. Now I also need to set up my profile. All right. Over extruding 0.4, 0.2, 3 top. Outline perimeters 3. I want to go 4. They're a little bit floppy. I want to make them a little stiffer. Let's see, infill 0. Temperature is good. We're going to leave it at, yeah, we'll leave it at that. Okay, so I like what I see. Now I want to set it to no models. None. And then we're going to make our extra processes. Okay, and I'm going to delete the first one. So now I have process 1, 2, and 3 for visor 1, 2, and 3. So I select the first one. Then I go to the second process. I select the second one. I go to the third process. And I select the third one. Now, I want to slow it down even more for these top ones. So I'm going to go down to 40 with a layer speed of first layer height 100, 100. So we're going to go down to 30%. Let's go 20% for the first layer. Okay, same thing here. Speed 40. First layer 20%. Okay. Now the other thing that I do is I have a little file that I bring in with me. Import models, downloads. I have a little line file that I made for my purge line. There we go. Now I want that to be 0.2 thick. I want it to be 0.4 wide, and I want it to be 50 long. Actually, let's make it 1.2 wide. Let's just double it, 0.8 wide. Okay, and then I'm going to create an additional process for the line. 0. Select model. Basically, I'm manually making my own purge line, except we're going to do an extrusion multiplier of 2.00. And we're going to tell it to do a manual extrusion of 0.8. There. And now I tell it to do a sequential print. And it will do this. It will print this first, and then it will print these. That should not be crossing over. It's okay, but it's fine. And there, now that should give me 3 of those on this printer. In theory. See, the problem is this part here is sketchy. So here we go. It's finished printing this piece here. And then it has to air print this next layer on top of it. See how there's a gap? So I need to print that layer slow enough that it drops onto this bed and stays put. That's also why I want the top layers on top to give me the... Chris, what's the name brand that you're using for masks? That's not from Dollar Tree. The elastic is from Dollar Tree. Hey, thank you, Jennifer, for the 10 pounds on PayPal. Thank you very much. And holy living crap, 50 euros from Ian Halligan. Thank you very much, Ian. That's extremely generous. Wow, thank you very much. The elastic that I'm using is from Dollar Tree. So that's this stuff here. There you go, head wraps. So that's what I'm using for the elastic. So this part here. I did just get my buttonhole elastic in that I ordered from eBay. So now I have 20 meters of buttonhole elastic. It's called Head Wraps Bandeau. That's it. I just buy those. If you go to where all the combs and brushes are, it's usually on the bottom right-hand corner of that. You'll see the big, thick headbands, and then you'll see this 3-pack of thin ones. Well, those are the ones you want. Yeah, it is looking pretty nice. The infill is garbage, but they probably have the infill under extruding. I can fix that. That's just slicer settings. But the print itself looks fantastic. And then, now the reason I do this is so that if these layers do not attach properly, the print will eventually self-correct. And the idea is that by the time it gets to the top layers here, it's already self-corrected, so you'll have proper bridging and you won't get this kind of crap. And it does seem to be working. I'm getting good results. You can see this is last night. That's my CP01 cranking away last night, making these things. There we go. And it's twice as tall now, so it's pretty neat. Right, here's a close-up. So, not bad. It's not fast, but the whole point isn't speed. The whole point is aggregate speed. I don't have to touch those printers for 24 hours. I just go to them once a day, clear off the bed, and hit go again. That's the point. I can print them a lot faster on my Chiron with the 1.2mm nozzle. I can print 4 per hour with that. I can do 48 per day, but I'll never get 48 per day because every hour I have to go back in there, clear off the bed, and restart the print. So every time I miss it by half an hour, you're losing time. So I actually get more done at the slower 1 hour per, less than an hour per, because I don't have to interrupt it. I don't have to go watch it. Just every now and then check on it and see if it's printing okay. And as long as it's printing okay, we're golden. I just keep letting it do its thing. So let's get this one set up. File, save as. Let's go to desktop, visor, ×3 stack, Q5. We'll save that. And then we are also going to do, let's change out to this. No, we're not going to save changes. Go back to Q5, 494, 333, 25%. That all looks good. And now we'll do the Groot. Recent models. Baby Marvin Groot. I'm Groot. Print. Looks good. Baby Marvin Groot. Save to desktop. Baby Marvin Groot. Q5. All right. We are right now printing a file that came with the SD card. It looks like a nut and bolt. That's not too bad. Throw a 0.8mm nozzle in there and you can cut that in half. I don't know if your question came before or after I showed the picture, JC. So I'm going to show it again. It's in their hair comb aisle, and it's this right here. That's what I'm getting from Dollar Tree. Come on. There it goes. It's called Head Wraps 3-pack. Hey, I got another PayPal. T3DP, $10. You rock, dude. Thank you. I tell people I am like PBS, Public Broadcasting System. I make content and you guys are my income. When you use those links down below, I make money. When you sign up for my Patreon, I make money. Matter of fact, one of the reasons I'm doing these is the problem is I can't really afford to be shipping these. I don't have a whole lot of money, but I got $318 from Patreon this month. That was $18 more than I expected to get. So I'm going to take that $18 and use it to ship out as many of these as I can to Tim Hoogland. Today is Fuji Apple. I love the Fuji Apple. Hey, you know something else that's really good? These I got these glass bottles from Amazon. They're 17 ounces, so they're the exact right size that I need. And you know, you get the little juice mixes, put a packet of juice in there, shake it up, and you're good to go. Well, my water cooler has a cooling function, so it actually dispenses cold water, which is amazing. Well, they have Starburst and Skittles flavored juice mixes. And let me tell you, the Starburst strawberry and the Starburst lemon are out of this world, and the Skittles green apple is out of this world. I tried the Starburst yogurt, and I was not impressed. It was very too sweet, too candy-like. I did not like it. The juices, however, are perfect. They nailed that flavor combo and that sweetness combo perfectly. Let's see here. I can tell you everything I've gotten. Actually, let me log into PayPal because sometimes I don't get notifications on the phone. Usually, if it's a foreign currency, sometimes I don't get it on the phone. And I have absolutely no problem shouting out my critters who help me out. So I don't care if I do it over again. That's fine. Okay, so let me accept this one from Ian Halligan. 50 euros. That's $52.31 USD after conversion. That is freaking amazing. And then, because the foreign ones, you have to hit accept. And then I have a Jennifer Harris. Looks like 10 British pounds. So that comes out to $11.80. You are freaking amazing. Now go back to activity. I don't know how to do that. Hang on a second. We can try it. So I have here $11.80 from Jennifer Harris. I have $52 from Ian Halligan, $10 from T3DP, $20 from Lawrence Hall, and $5.86 from Jonathan Barnes. You guys are absolutely freaking amazing. Thank you very much. Those are what I've received to my PayPal so far. Let us see here. Okay, I see what you mean. You want to make that more of a pressure fit. I'm trying to rotate it on the screen when I can't. The only way I can see to make that a pressure fit is to modify the file. You can do that in Tinkercad. Matter of fact, while we're waiting for this to print, let's do that. Let's see. I want to download the Snap-on. Then let's bring up Tinkercad. Let me bring this. Let's switch over to a monitor view so you guys can see this. And then let me switch on a subject camera. Where's the subject camera? Subject camera must be in the back. So how do I bring it forward? Order, move up. Oh, there it goes. So let's bring up the subject camera here so you guys can see it. This way you guys can watch it print while we are messing around in Tinkercad. So let's go to create new design. See, I love that multi-camera thing. That's great. I can shrink this window a little bit to make sure I can read chat at the same time as this is going on. That works. Alrighty. So import. We're going to bring over that new file. What's the name of the new file? It is a Snap-on v1.2. Import. Now, what was the name of that other file? Downloads. Visor made solid. That's fine. I can use that. So here we have this one. Now here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bring in the other one as a guide. Visor made solid. No problem. So here we have this one. You can see the difference here, right? So they're pretty much lined up right now. So I need to somehow bring this into here. I don't know if that's going to work. See, one of the reasons this works is because of how thin this arm is. The thinness of this arm permits it to work. Now, is this the one that's pressure fit? Yeah, that's why you want this, because this is the one that doesn't require a hole punch. Okay, that means that I cannot screw around with anything from here forward. Because if I screw around with anything from here forward, if I screw around with anything inside this box, I'm going to be screwing around with whatever mechanism permits this to work. Okay? So the best way I can see to make this possibly work, how far around does this come? Okay, this does not come around to the back of my head. It comes to about the 2/3 mark on my head. So what we might be able to do is to add this to this. So if I take this portion of this and cut it, and then take this portion of this and cut it. Now, can I now take this and add it to this, is the question. See, that's what I would do right there. So now I'm going to have to duplicate this. Control D. And so we're going to make this yellow. We're going to do this. Cut that. And then we're going to do this. And cut that. So now we have two separate pieces. Well, no, it's not that. He wants to 3D print one that can fit on without him having to do that. So there we go. So now I'm going to inject that piece into that piece. And inject this piece into this piece. And there. That's probably as close as you're going to get right there. That might work. The only problem might be that these might be too long. So let's re-import that model again, because we want to try to keep the proportions similar. So let's bring in visor made solid again. Oh, wait a minute. No, no, no. I was only counting what came in today. Hold on. Activity. I thought you sent it just now. I may have gotten that already. William Johnston, $25. Day before yesterday you sent that. Got it. That was you, right? Okay, so what we're trying to do here is keep the proportions similar. So I'm going to bring the part that touches your head to the part that touches your head. See how this is longer? So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab both of these and I'm going to shorten them so it's closer to what it is there. And then I'm going to grab this individual one. I'm going to make it a little bit wider. See how I'm bringing it in? So it's very similar in proportion to what the other one was. There. Now we can get rid of this one. Now you see the heads touch at the same spot and these earpieces touch at the same spot. Now you don't have the grip here, but this arm does come in. That might work. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, man. $25 is crazy generous. So now I take all three of these, join them together. And in theory, that might friction fit. Now, you're going to run into the same problem that they likely ran into. This is very heavy, which means the tension of these arms, let me switch back here. Which means the tension of these arms might not be strong enough with all that weight on the front. All right? Because that's a lot heavier than this one. This here weighs like 12 grams. This here probably weighs 30 or more. Okay? So let's do, what's the name of this thing called? Face shield frame 1.V. We're going to copy that. We're going to paste that. V2R friction fit. So revision friction fit. Export STL. Okay. Now, you emailed me, correct? Let me make sure my screen's off. Yes, it is. Now, did you email me? JC, did you email me at any point in time? JC, send me an email and I'll reply with this STL file. I don't know if it's going to work, but you can try it. I guess I could put it on Google Drive too. Copy, Google Drive, 3D printing, paste. Hang on, I'm putting it on Google Drive and I'll give you a download link. There it goes. Google Drive, copy link to clipboard. Here you go. Use that. That's the file I just made for you. I don't know if that's going to work. I suspect the it might be too heavy for a friction fit, but you could also just put a rubber band on it. Delete, delete, delete. Well, I'm just saying it depends because if it's on there just by friction and it's too heavy, it might come off. But give it a shot. Worst it can do is not work. Boy, those knurls really look nice. And that filament really looks nice. Tell her to be safe. That's a dangerous job today. Keep hoping they'll send me the acrylic shell to try because I have both sapphire printers and they are some of my favorite printers. They can be finicky. There's a couple of issues that you have to work through on assembly, but nothing fatal. And the print quality is absolutely amazing. Matter of fact, okay, you're going to get a kick out of this. So here is my sapphire. Okay, that's my original sapphire. It's now printing face shields. I have not used that printer since I left Pennsylvania. I hauled it into the bus, tossed it amongst the stack of crap in the bus, hauled it out of the bus, tossed it amongst the stack of crap in the trailer, and then hauled it out of the trailer and put it in my bathroom. I turned it on and hit go. I didn't relevel it. I didn't touch a damn thing. I pulled the old filament out, put new filament in, and hit go, and the damn thing just worked. Better than the Ender 5 Pro? No. I would take the Ender 5 Pro over the Core XY. The Ender 5 Pro, give me 30 minutes, and it'll be ready for me to tell you if it works or not. Yeah, you could probably do that in 30 minutes. Now the other problem is, hopefully Tinkercad didn't mess up whatever pressure mechanism that thing uses to work, because Tinkercad does decimate complex files. It simplifies them. So hopefully it didn't mess that up. But I plugged that printer in, changed the filament, and hit go, and the thing worked. I didn't have to touch the leveling knobs, nothing. That's impressive. That's very impressive. The Ender 5 Pro, however, I would consider a superior printer because it's got a bigger build volume, it's got a better frame structure, it's easier to assemble, and it's easier to maintain. The Sapphire Pro might have slightly superior print quality, and I do mean slightly. It would take someone like me looking at the models carefully, and I still might not be able to tell the difference, but I might be able to tell the difference. Beyond that, I would go with the Ender 5 Pro. G-Tech A10M, I should. I do not see it on here, which means it's one of the ones I got deleted, so I'll have to re-upload it, but I should have that. That might have to wait until I have my desktop PC running. Right now I'm using my laptop, and most of my profiles are on my desktop, unless I have a backup. Let me see if I have a backup. Hang on. I don't know if I have a backup here on this computer. Let's see. Google Drive backups. It's not there. Stuff. 3D printing. Nope, that's not it. Let's do a search for profiles. Nope. Okay, there's A10. Where's my A10M? That's definitely more profiles. But I do not see my A10M profile. Let me upload these. We're going to do a don't copy. Okay. I still don't see the A10M. I should have it in here. I did have an A10M profile. That might have to wait until I get my desktop going. Oh, there's A10M. I think that's A10M. I think I got it. No guarantees, but I just put one up there. It says A10M. Hopefully that's it. I don't know for sure, though. You're going to have to try it. It's bigger, which is a good sign. The A10 one is 12.3 kilobytes. That one's 17 kilobytes, which makes sense. So there's more code. But I think I have it up there. What are your thoughts on uploading evaluation review videos on all of the printers we see on your live streams? That's a little harder to do. For printers that I use a lot, I can do that. The problem is I need to use a printer for about 6 months before I can really give you a valid opinion on it. Anything less is disingenuous on my part. And the problem is a lot of these printers get put aside as I go on to the next project. Some of them stay in service, so some of them I can give you more feedback on. But any feedback I give would have to be jaded by the limited usage of the printer. If it's not a printer that I put hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours into. That gets hard. That's why my videos are unbox, build, print, and not review, because it's not really a review. It's an unbox, build, and print. I can give you my feedback as I go. Now, one thing I have started doing, and this might help you in regards to a review video. I have started, this is something I started recently. You guys have seen a few of them already. I've started doing analysis videos. These are videos I don't normally give to you guys. These are videos, clips that I make and I send to the manufacturer to give them feedback on what to fix and what to improve. Like one bit of feedback I'll be giving them is to make it a little bit easier for me to flip that switch for 110 volts. Because that's a little hard to flip. So keep an eye out for those evaluation videos. Like I will be doing an evaluation video pretty soon for the WeDo F152H. And then of course in the coming weeks I will probably do one for this as well. I mean, it's working well so far. I'm actually pretty impressed. This is one of the most painless Delta processes I've run through in a long time. It's working very well. You're going to see a lot of printers sold out right now until the Chinese can re-ramp up production from their shutdown. But you'll see the stocks come back again. Maybe once I get better at it, yes. But yeah, you're going to see more. You're going to see more short videos, like a 10-minute video on, a print that I'm working on. You're going to see more Tinkercad videos. I'm going to try to get off my lazy ass and start making some more of those videos. Those are pretty low-hanging fruit kind of videos. They're pretty easy to do. So what I'm hoping to do is a tech video and a print video per week on top of whatever normal video I do. The thing is, you have to be careful. If you release too many videos too quick, you cannibalize your views for each of those videos. So like if I release, 2 videos a week and I get 1,500 views per video, if I release 3 videos per week and I only get 1,000 views per video, well, I just lost 1,000 views. That could have, made income. So you got to be careful releasing videos too quickly. Remember, this is a business. The purpose of this is to earn a living, to be able to survive on what I do here. So, you have to be careful with intelligence in that regard. That shouldn't be a problem. The heat block is actually pretty normal. The heat block is not far up there. The cooling duct is actually pretty far down. So replacing the nozzle, and this will be easy. That looks like a standard MK6 nozzle. Standard M6 nozzle. Problem is, I can't get 3D Builder. Apparently, your version of Windows 10 has to come with it. Because I have not figured out a way to get 3D Builder. Apparently, you can't get it on Windows 7. And I have not figured out a way to get it on my Windows 10 PC, and I'm not installing Microsoft software on my computer for their store. So if you know of a download where I can grab those files and get it running, let me know. Because I heard 3D Builder is pretty damn impressive. I heard it's got some nice features. Making 1 video per day when you are not monetized might work to help build your numbers to get you up to that monetization standard. It also depends on the kind of videos you make. There are some people. What food did I buy lately? I'll get to that in a moment, Joe. There are some people who make videos every day and it works. They get their views every day. They make their money and it works. So it depends on your audience. It depends on how you're set up. Right now, my audience might not work for 4 videos a week. The viewers might love it, but my income might go down. Especially since every time I make a video, it costs me money. I mean, this here cost me, $15 to print that part. And so if I make a video just for that, I've got to make $20 just to break even. $15 for the part plus the electricity, wear and tear on the machine, etc. And because that's proof cement, so that's $30 for a kilogram, and that's a half a kilogram right there. That's why I'm always hunting for such cheap filament, because I burn through it. See, game videos work because those are the I don't want to say brainless, but like for example, I watch a dash cam video, I've got to sit there and watch the video because you're going to miss it. And I just posted a video to Life of Nerese. Actually, I got to go in there and delete that live stream. That should not be there. How the hell did that happen? I don't know how that happened. You know something? Screw it. I'm going to leave it. It's funny. It's Life of Nerese. Screw it. I'll leave it. But, actually, I've been thinking of exactly that. One of the things that I hate is the fact that I cannot recycle these because the recycle yard won't accept them because they're not part of the plastics that they can recycle. So my idea is to just break these things up into small enough pieces and just fill a bucket and then melt them. Melt them into a mold the size of a brick, like a cinder block. Okay? And then once I have enough to make a cinder block, pull it out and start again. And the idea is eventually I will have blocks that I can use for other things. Like say I want to build a shed. Well, I might need 200 blocks, 300 blocks to build a shed. Well, every, 50 blocks, I could put a plastic one in there. And so now I'm actually getting a legitimate reuse for the plastic. Because 3D printing is actually green as long as you don't throw this away. You see, this is grown from starch, which means this is carbon capture. Okay, but it's only carbon capture if it stays in this form. If it gets disposed of, that carbon gets released. That makes it so it's carbon neutral and actually carbon positive, carbon capture, if you keep the plastic parts as plastic, because now the carbon stays in the plastic. So if I could reuse these to make building blocks out of, to actually build something useful, that'd be fantastic. So that's what I'm going to try to do. Well, the problem is if you put it in a compost pile, you're releasing the carbon. So now it's not carbon neutral anymore. You're taking the carbon that you sequestered in the plastic and you're releasing it back into the environment. If you can leave it in plastic form, the carbon remains sequestered. Actually, that works very well. I've cut, as long as it's dark. So I tried to cut this gold PLA, does not work. I ran 10 passes of the laser over it, will not cut it. The red, 1 pass, cut it cleaner than snot. So the darker colored PLAs, yes, the laser cuts them wonderfully. What was the Joe asked me? What food did you buy lately? What was our latest shopping trip? We bought raviolis. We bought pierogies. We bought a couple of those meals in a bag kind of kits. You know, everything's in a bag. You just stick it in the microwave, stick it in the skillet, and you cook it up, and there's your dinner. We got a couple of those. I got some more boneless, skinless chicken. Not cheap, $1.99 a pound, but not bad. Can't find any ground beef. That's all sold out. We wanted to get some cheese dogs, all sold out. I got more baked beans. I bought a whole case of baked beans because Dollar Tree is out, so I bought them from Walmart. It's about the same price. It's $1.42 instead of $1, but the can's about 40% larger, so it's about the same price. What else did I get? Got some more cereal. I wanted to try this new... well, it's over there. They had marshmallow Fruit Loops. I was like, oh yeah, have to try that. Strawberry Rice Krispies. Not that great. Got some more brown sugar mini wheats. I love mini wheats. I need to go out and get more milk. I should have bought another gallon to avoid having to make another trip out. But what are you gonna do? Oh, nice. MPCNC. What else did I get? I got a whole bunch of white rice. You know, the instant white rice. It's just handy. It's convenient. For the first time ever, the Minute Rice, the name brand, was actually cheaper than the store brand, Walmart brand. Only 0.1 cent per ounce cheaper, but still it was cheaper. I was surprised by that. Some more of the sodas, some juice mix. That's about it. That's all I can think of offhand. Oh, I got some strawberry Nesquik mix just because I love strawberry milk. Not that good for me, but I love strawberry milk. So that'll last forever. That print is looking really nice. Yeah, they definitely have the extrusion multiplier set a little bit too low, but that's all right. I've never seen it cheaper. Never seen what cheaper? What haven't you seen cheaper? Oh, I have lots of grills now. You guys get a kick out of this. I have 2 Weber charcoal grills. I bought one for $40 because that's what Guga uses to cook steak, and so I want to try to cook it the way he cooks it because he makes it come out so good. And then I found the second one for $25 that was brand new. So I was like, hell yeah. I don't need 2, but for $25, I'm getting it. So I got the second one. And then also yesterday I got a brand new 50-gallon propane hot water heater, free. She switched over to natural gas. She couldn't return the propane one. She couldn't sell it, so she said you can have it. I was like, okay, because I'm going to experiment with making a hard water safe or hard water compatible electric water heater. I have an idea for how to do that. but I can't afford to go buy one to do it, so I got one for free. I also got a smoker. My neighbor 2 doors down put it at the curb with a free sign on it. I was like, hell yeah. I instantly realized I couldn't put it on the cargo carrier, so I ran back to the house, emptied out the trailer, and ran back, and now I have myself a smoker. So I can't wait to learn how to use that. So I have I have 2 Weber propane grills, 2 Weber charcoal grills, and I have a smoker. I just can't afford to buy beef. But, you know, every now and then they do put, you know, the lesser quality cuts of beef on sale. And so I'm going to learn how to smoke. So at some point during this summertime, hopefully, you're going to see a Life of Nerys video on my travels and travails of learning how to smoke using a smoker. So that's going to be fun. And check out this car. You don't see too many of these anymore. That's just stunning. Yeah, especially for free. I like free. This is a breakfast I had the other day. This is like one of my favorite breakfasts to have. Is I cook up some fresh green beans, some eggs, and some chicken. That's like my favorite meal, like one of my favorite breakfast meals you can have. Yeah, someone told me that offset side smoker is a good thing. So, hey, what the hell? I got it for free. I'll experiment. I'll learn how to use it. What did I do with my Skittles? There they are. I'm in the mood for some more Skittles. Nice. It happens. Yeah, these are going to be the death of me. These things are evil. My buddy in Pennsylvania has a freeze dryer. So this is what happens when you put a Skittle in a freeze dryer. It's light and fluffy, and it feels like Pop Rocks, but it tastes like Skittles. They are so good. I always keep a couple extra fans and stuff like that on hand just in case. You don't, Evan. My profile is for Simplified 3D. That's not going to work in Cura. I don't use Cura, so I don't have a profile for Cura. But I can go through my basic settings with you, which will get you partway there. So my settings are basically the same for all printers. Extrusion and line width are both set to 0.4. On the Ender 3, I would start off with a 0.94 extrusion multiplier. Retraction between 5 and 7 millimeters. Experiment to see what works best for you. Make sure I keep vertical lift off for the Ender 3, and my retraction speed set to 25. The printer itself will max you out. Good night, 3D Jimmy. The printer itself will not go past 25. So setting this to 25 will properly give you a more accurate time. Wipe nozzle, 8 millimeters. Under layer, 0.2 millimeters, 333. So when I tell you 3 by 3 by 3, this is what I'm talking about. 3 top, 3 bottom, 3 perimeters. Do you have any idea what ribeyes cost here? Yeah, like $15 a pound. Probably worth it, but I ain't got that kind of money. Yep. Pork butt, shoulders, stuff like that, cheap here. Relatively cheap. Infill 25%, 40% overlap. I usually use 35% overlap or 30% overlap, but because of the visors I'm printing, I have it at 40. Temperature, heat bed 60. Extruder, I start off first layer at 220. My second layer, I drop down to 210 or 200, depending on the filament I'm using. Hey, that one didn't pop. Cooling, start off with 0. At layer 3, crank it up to 100%. Script, sometimes I will put code in here to slow down the print. Let me show you what that looks like. So here, M205X3, that's your jerk. M205 P300 T500, that's your acceleration. On an Ender 3, I would use X5 P500 T1000. Okay. Speed, my default is 50. This is a 1.2 millimeter nozzle, so it's quite a bit faster. Let me go to a regular printer. Ender 5, here we go. So my normal default is 50 millimeters per second. I set my filament to 1.73. That's just always what I've used, no rhyme or reason. Under thin wall behavior, I allow single extrusion walls and I allow single extrusion fill with a 50% overlap. If I have a thin wall problem, I'll change that to 100%. Under ooze control, I have everything enabled except for only retract when crossing open spaces. And I have my minimum set to 3. I usually keep avoid crossing outline enabled. That fixes problems with, that works alongside wipe to fix oozing problems. And that's basically how I configure my printer. Nice. You know, the infill is garbage, but the print looks amazing. Any questions? Anything specific you want to address? Hey, Gary. How are you doing today? We are at 63%. Actually, I'll probably just make a separate video on that because I get a lot of people asking about that. Go through each setting I picked and why I picked them. Well, that's what the planetary computer says, so it must be true. I'm keeping my victims happy. Michelle and I both seem to be getting better. I have a sneaking suspicion that we both had the COVID virus. We were both, a little bit of coughing, low-grade fever for about 2 weeks. I've never had a fever for 2 weeks before. So I'm thinking we both may have had it. I'm kind of hoping we did, because that means we reacted well to it and we're not going to die. That's a good thing. Yes, standard Ender 3 will do PETG just fine. Ooh, somebody mail me something. I like when I get goodies. Now, PETG, I set my cooling to 25%. And I set my extruder to 255 Celsius. And I get pretty decent results with PETG. If you get a rough surface and you hear a lot of hiss pop, snapple crack pop, that means your PETG's wet. You gotta dry it. I hope so. That would be nice to know that we're okay now. I can't think of what else it would be. I've never had anything give me a fever for 2 solid weeks. I mean, I still have a tiny bit. My head's still a little warm. Yes, very lucky. Because we have comorbidities, being overweight. So it could have ended bad. The mortality rate once you're on a ventilator is like 98%. You get on a ventilator, you're basically dead. God damn it, those things are good. I was hoping these things were going to last a while. Yeah, no. I might have to try to work on building a freeze dryer if that's even possible, because this is just really delicious. I'm not a Skittles fan. Skittles are okay, but I would not go out and buy a pack of Skittles. But in this form, they're pure evil. Really, there's a difference in the effect of the two strains. Cool. Very cool, Gary. Because of my power issues here, I can only safely run about 5 printers simultaneously. So I have 4 printers right now cranking out masks, or not masks, shields. You know, the face shields. I can make about 140 a day. Yeah, this is looking fantastic. The interior is junk, but the outer surface, beautiful. Really? Someone sells them? Okay, I gotta look this up. Probably very expensive. Oh my god, they do. Wow. How many do they give you, though? Like, how big is that pouch? That pouch looks pretty small. That looks about half the size of this pouch. That's actually not that bad. Please check the file to see if everything is connected. What do you mean? Oh, is there a gap? Oh, I didn't check that. Hang on. That is entirely possible that I screwed that up. Easy to fix. Oh, you are right. I see a gap. Huh, I thought I put the parts inside each other. That should not be there. That's annoying. You know something? When I stretched it, I bet it pulled away. There, now they have a hard overlap. Okay. The QQS is huge. Mine works pretty good. So I would give it a, the way I qualify printers is I qualify them, I don't qualify them as this is good, bad, 10, 5, 1. I give you a safe to buy or not safe to buy. Not safe to buy means that thing's going to need a lot of work. It's not going to work out of the box properly. Safe to buy means you have a reasonable expectation of getting what you expect out of the box, and it should work with a minimal amount of fuss. The QQS I give a safe to buy. Now, I did have my hot end die on the QQS. The heater cartridge died, but, you know, that's just part. It happens. But otherwise, I got pretty decent results from my QQS. I was even able to put a shroud around it in Print ABS. Okay. Open containing folder, delete. Download again. Ouch, 28 bucks a pound? I mean, that's a lot of Skittles, but still, that's expensive. But then again, they're using their own freeze dryer to make it, so. Okay, let's try that. There we go. Now we're solid. Hang on a second while I replace the file that is there. Google Drive, 3D printing. This should be able to do a direct replace. All right, give me a moment while it uploads. There we go. There you go. It's the same exact download link, but I fixed the file, so now it is properly closed. Freeze-dried Twinkies, freeze-dried ice cream sandwich bites. Oh, freeze-dried mint chocolate chip ice cream sandwich bites. Oh, that sounds good. Oh my God, that is tempting. How much is that? $9. Oh, how much do you get? 2 ounces. Oh my God. What's that noise? It's definitely pulling. Wow. Adjust inset cam? Oh, you want to see the head, huh? Oh my God. So that's 8. What's 9 times 8? 72. $72 per pound. Yep, I'll just, you know. Oh no, it doesn't sound like diabetes. It's 2 ounces. That's like 1 bite. That's not a whole lot. Although, actually, you're right. That might be pretty bad. Because the sugar, all the liquid is going to freeze dry, but the sugar is going to stay. So it's going to be extra sweet. Yeah, I know. Well, as I say, I can understand the price, you know, because they get to buy a freeze dryer or build one. But it doesn't change the fact that it's $72 a pound. Freeze-dried Skittles are the shit. My buddy sent me some. And they are absolutely freaking evil. I mean, they are just pure evil. I might not hear from this guy again because the government will probably be knocking on his door for WMD production. You know, weapons of mass, you know, delicious. Hmm. Freeze-dried sliced figs. Huh. These are just evil. It's just wrong. Wow. So these guys have got, of course, they're just under $35, so you don't get the free shipping. Mm. So $40 a pound. Mm. That's evil. No problem. Yeah, that's something you guys need to be aware of in let me show you this. So in Tinkercad, it's important to make sure that the two models actually intersect. What had happened there is I had given him a file and the model wasn't quite intersecting. There was just this ever so tiny gap in between the models. And that was enough for the slicer to treat them as two separate objects. And they would have fused, but not quite perfectly. So the culprit was I did not make sure the models actually intersected. So you want to make sure they overlap by just a little bit. Oh, I just got the final draft for the opposition for Elderwood. I am not going to read this to you guys because I don't want to. I don't know if I'm allowed to. I don't know if it's privileged information. No, I'm technically a client, but the last thing I want to do is give information to the enemy. um, let me read over this real quick. If they tell me it's okay to post this, I'll post it, but otherwise I want to wait. Oh yeah, they are very sharp. Here, let me go back to that. There we go. This printer is doing a very nice job. Now, granted, this is very good film. That jiggling you're seeing is the camera itself actually moving. So if I hold the camera down, you'll see that it doesn't move. Actually, now I could probably back this up a little bit. I need to get closer to avoid the autofocus not having a problem. There we go. That's a pretty clean print. That's what I'm assuming. I'm assuming that exposing this information would probably be bad. So I'm not going to. Yeah, that's an extremely clean print. I have, besides the infill, which is just a matter of slicer settings, which I can easily fix, I have zero complaints about this print. But basically, it's the same thing I've been telling you guys for months. You can't own the fucking hexagon. You can't patent it. You can't copyright it. You can't trademark it. Just got to hope that they accept that. Deltas, there's nothing intrinsically beneficial to a Delta over other printer styles, but Deltas are beautiful. The way they move, the kinematics of how a Delta works is just fascinating. I absolutely love how Deltas work. It is pretty quiet. It's actually a surprisingly quiet printer. A couple of fan upgrades, and this thing would be darn near silent. Quality doesn't really come from filament. The coloring will have a big impact, but you can have the best quality filament in the world, and if you put it in a shitty printer, you're still going to get a shitty print. But a good printer can make a good print even with shitty filament. Not quite. They're trying to. Oh, maybe I don't know how. I don't know what Lego did with the trademark. Maybe they did try the exact same thing. But the point is, it's not a mark. It's not a logo. They didn't. Okay, that's a mark or logo. Okay, you see that thing right there? They could trademark that. Okay, because that is something that's distinctive and that's used as a logo or a mark for FLSun. That's trademarkable. Okay, that's not trademarkable because every goddamn printer on the planet has that. So they need to be trademarking that, but they're trying to trademark that because they want to stop anybody else from making them. Come on, you dirtbag. Figure out what I want you to focus on. It's right in the center of the screen. This isn't rocket science. There we go. Yes, I am a little bit nuts. Definitely. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, actually their own patent would invalidate their trademark automatically. Well, obviously you had a patent, therefore it's not trademarkable. No, I do not. I was gonna buy one. I was this close. I was so close to pulling the trigger on it, even though it would be a bad purchase for me because I could buy another Chiron for that price. The problem is the $50 shipping killed it for me. I was like 350. I was about to bite the bullet. 400. I'm not. Now the Lego name is trademarked, so you can't use the Lego name. But basically, anything that is functional cannot be trademarked. You cannot trademark something that's functional. That is what copyright and patents are for. And the peg and hole nature of the Lego brick is pure function. So you can't get a trademark for it. Matter of fact, there's a very simple litmus test for trademark. Can you get a patent? If a patent is possible, not that you'd be denied it. Like, for example, you can't patent a Lego brick because the patent's already expired. It's now public domain. But assuming it's not prior art, can you get a patent? If the answer is yes, then you cannot have a trademark. You can't trademark something that's covered under patent. That's specifically forbidden under the trademark process and rules. Of course, the patent has expired. A patent is a societally granted temporary monopoly. Okay? Monopolies aren't legal. You're not allowed to have a monopoly because our government recognizes, well, it's supposed to recognize, our law is supposed to recognize that monopolies are bad for people. Okay? They're bad for society, they're bad for civilization. But it's also bad not to reward people for their hard work. So a patent grants you a temporary monopoly. We are at, we're done. It's doing the top layers now, so in about a minute. A patent grants you a temporary monopoly, but there's a catch. You have to release your patent to the world so everybody can learn from it and work off of it. And when that patent expires, you're in the public domain now. Okay? So you got your reward. You got a monopoly for 17 years or however many years it was. Okay? But then society gets its payment for granting you that monopoly. It's now public domain. Okay? That's the exchange for a patent. You don't have to get a patent. You could try to keep your product secret, and then anybody can copy it if they want to, if they can figure out how to. That's what Coke does. That's what KFC does with their recipe. If they patent their recipe, well, it's only good for 17 years now. And then everybody's going to copy it. Yeah, well, that's because our legal system isn't working like it's supposed to. We're talking about an ideal world here, you know. There you go. Got to wait for it to cool down a little bit. There's going to be plenty of air gaps. It's the nature of the design. It has air gaps. But I didn't modify the front half of the object. Oh, wait a minute. I don't want to make it solid. But it looks fine to me. Oh, wait a minute. What the hell? Oh, the geometry's all broken here. That's weird. Look at this. That wasn't there before. What the hell? It's over here, too. Let me load the original one and see what's there. Maybe there's actually something in here. Let's see. Snap fit. Delete you. Snap fit 1.2. Oh, that's in the original. No, that's mine. No, that's his. That's in the original design. That's why it's doing that. That's in the original. This is not the one I made for you. This is the original one I downloaded. Excuse me. Do what you're supposed to do, you nasty little computer. Okay, so is that a functional thing or is that just a flaw in the design? Like, does that need to be there? Now it goes there. I don't see any reason for that to be there. Like, I don't see a functional reason for that to be there. So there might actually be something wrong with the original model. Let me try running it through. Oops, I don't want you to see that. Let me try running it through NetFab and see if it... There might be a geometry error. But yeah, that's in the original model. The reason I wasn't seeing it the first time I sliced it is because I told it to solidify the model. And that's why it was hiding that. What did I call it? Snap fit. No, that's totally separate. That's just gonna. I mean, that actually might hold together, but that's a flaw. That should not be there. I cannot see a mechanical reason for that to be there. What is my download called? Face shield frame. Where the hell is it? Oh, am I ordered here? No. Did I move it to the desktop? Where the hell is this goddamn file? Oh, I moved it. You know, I told that thing to copy, but I bet you it moved. Yeah, it moved. I didn't tell it to do that. I told it to copy specifically, and it moved it anyway. I do not like when my computers disobey me. Do as you're told. message on my phone. Okay, let's see if that works. There's other ways I can fix it, but I want to try to see if this will fix it first. No, that's actually in the model. That is so weird. Why would he do that? Yeah, that's in the model. That's a break in the model. And I cannot see a functional reason to have that there. Okay. Now, how far can I go and not mess it up? So I cannot go past here. So I can go out to here. Okay, that's easy enough to fix. Okay, first thing I want to do is I want to make these two one piece. I want to make them taller so we can get rid of this crap. There we go. And then we're going to come in like this. And we're just going to override all that crap. That is looking good to me. Bring this in a hair. Oh, come on. Oh, why'd you? I told you to go to off. Why'd you go back to 1mm? There we go. All right, that should get rid of it. That's a good idea too. No, that won't crack. And that's not going to cause a flex. That's just going to cause a break. All you're doing is telling it break here. And this will actually make it a little stiffer. So it might actually friction fit now. But yeah, let's look at this one without doing that. Yeah, see, it's not there. So that's a flaw in the model. I'm surprised that Netfab didn't fix that. Let me see if there's any kind of internal geometry here. See how there's no hole there? There's no hole. Let's see. View. Cross section. Let's go in Y. No, we're going to do X. Ah, there is a hole. There's a thin wall here. So this is a model flaw. Okay. See how it's broken? He didn't fill this gap. This is a thin wall. That's why it's not printing. All right, this will fix that then. What the fuck? It's still there. Get rid of these travel moves. I just didn't cover it up all the way. Jesus, that's annoying. So how is this a friction fit? No, the hole is actually there. There's actually a legit hole there. Well, I'm in here. So let's clean this up a little bit. I did both sides simultaneously. There's a hole in both sides. I need to fill the hole. I need to be careful not to touch this gap here. Okay, that will fill the hole. Sides. Let's get this removed. That looks good. Let's join. I'm combining two different models, and the original model has an imperfection that we are working on getting rid of. There we go. That takes care of that side. And there we go. That takes care of that side. Now I want to duplicate this. I want to mirror it. And then I want to drag it over here to this side. That looks good. I just need to fill the space without making the outside ugly. You're watching 3D porno. We get it on with these 3D models. Man, they're on there. That was really on there. Let's see, do they fit? Yes, it does. It threads. There we go. So, nice. Perfect thread. That's a beautiful print, actually. I knew that part was going to be a little messy. Where is my... Here it is. This is a nut and bolt. There we go. Very nice. I'm impressed. That's nice. That's a damn nice print. Let me give you a nice close-up of this. That's a really nice print. Yes, I have a Cheaty X1, and I am very impressed with it. It is one of my more favorite printers. Very precise, very accurate. Okay. Let's go back to fixing this. Okay. So that should take care of that. Did I already download it? I think I did. When was that? 1540? Yes, 3 minutes ago. Ha! Screw you! It's fixed now. That stupid thin wall's still there, but that'll just come off. Yeah, fixed. Make sure this side's good. Yes, we are good. That's more like it. Okay. So let's go to 3D printing. Copy. Delete the extras. Nice. Come on, finish synchronizing. There it is. There you go. It's all fixed. I hope. Yeah, but that gap can't print right. I don't see how they could do that intentionally. Unless it was for their specific printer. That's just odd. Now, that might cause you a problem with how extreme this angle is. So just in case this is a problem, there's a way we can compensate for that. What we can do is we can make this straighter. That it didn't look broken, It looked like he combined multiple models together, and there was a gap there, and he just didn't see it. See you later, Colin. That would be my guess, is that there was a little gap there, and he just didn't notice it. Okay. So now I have another version where the bands aren't as tight. So we're going to call this one looser. Heck yeah. And if you don't, I eat you. There we go. All right, here is a where the bands are not as tight. So if the other one tends to crack, try that one. But try either of those and see how it goes. But yeah, I'm impressed. That's not a bad printer, and it gave me 0 problems. We're not going to be able to sit here and watch it do this because it's almost 4 o'clock. But I want to get some more prints going, especially a little Groot. So you'll be able to see those on Twitter later. Let's copy over our files. Let's see. Baby Marvin and Visor Q5. Thank you, Andy. Was that Guten Tag for good day? I might know like 4 words. I took 3 years of German, and I probably remember like 4 words. Okay. There is something going on with this SD card slot. I'm not sure what it is. Oh, it's just a long springing. Let's see here. Back. Print. I hate the UI for files because it's all icons and very little text. They need to change that. That's a maker-based thing. It's not necessarily a problem with them. So we're going to get this started, and then we'll get out of here. No, I don't personally like that, but I know some people do. So if you want foam underneath your printer, it comes with a piece the exact right size you need. So if you really wanted to, you could, if I can pick it up, man, that's heavy. You could do that if you wanted to. And that is the exact right size for the printer. You guys didn't see any of that. So there you go. That is a piece of foam, the exact right size of the printer. 23:48 in Sweden. Yipper, we're getting ready to get done here. 4 o'clock is our cutoff time. But considering how the printer is silent and that it's fan noise you're hearing, I don't think foam underneath is going to make any difference. But for people who like that, it comes free. It's pre-cut to exactly the right size. Can't argue with that. Let me close all this. I want to do one of these jars in this color too. Let's go recent factory files. It's not here. Why isn't it here? Oh, wait, it's in downloads. I want to do one of these on this printer. I want to slice it up. There it is. I can go to 123% on this printer. I can live with that. So we are going to change to 3 bottom layers at 3, 3, and 3. We're going to leave the extrusion at 0.9. I might go 0.92 to make it a little stronger. I think the Z needs to go up a little bit. Z rise. Okay. Actually, we're going to add that. First layer height, 125%. Is that the cast that are chilling out in the bag? The cast? Oh no, this is the buttonhole elastic for the visors, for wearing the visors. Let's see. That looks good. Tools, variable settings. 4812 is 246 is 0.6. Add, split. Now we are going to do an extrusion of 2.0. No, 1.2 at 0.8. Yeah. He's such a good cat. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. So, no top, no bottom, single outline corkscrew. Meow meow. He's my cute cat. Yeah. Ender's floating around somewhere, probably sleeping with Michelle. Infill 0. Let's keep the temperature relatively high. Let's keep it at 220. And layer at 0.4. Yeah, we're going to change that to 1.2. Because we're going to change this to 0.4. 1.2. Layer 0.4. Yeah, I know. But I think I can get away with it. I think I can. I think I can. That's interesting how you... I wonder what the etymology of that is. You spelled, and I understood it, you spelled meow meow, M-I-A-U. But here we spell meow, M-E-O-W. Boy, that would be fascinating to learn why there's that difference. It's probably whatever your original language is, the way you use the alphabet. And those are the letters that you come up with for that sound versus the letters that we use. See, stuff like that fascinates me. The printer will be less stable. It's going to bop around a little bit because it's sitting on top of a piece of squishy foam. But the purpose of the foam is to not transfer noise from the printer to the table. So that shouldn't be a big deal. It doesn't help that the spool holder is offset. I would have preferred the spool holder to be dead in the middle, and just angled that way. So the way they have that spool holder is not exactly ideal. I think I can get away with that. I think that'll work. Bottle Q5. We should be able to go to 124%. Let's just do 120. And then let's do the cap. Looks good. Cap. Oh, I forgot to scale it. That was not going to fit. There we go. Save as cap Q5. So I'm going to do one of these at 120% scale on this. I think it'll look beautiful in this filament. Alrighty, guys, that is it. Let me see if there's anything I need to give a shout out for before I go. Nope, we are good. I want to say thank you once again to the people who have sent me PayPals and what do you call it in YouTube? The YouTube donation. Thank you very much. You make this possible. I'm going to be working this machine hard over the next week, cranking stuff out. And I will post pictures to Twitter. So if you want to see close-up pictures, follow me on Twitter. You'll be able to see them there. And that is it. I will see you guys next week. I don't know what we're going to do next week. We'll figure something out. We'll see what happens. I got to see what I can dig up in my pile here. And have a great day. Stay safe. Wear your mask. Everybody has to wear masks. Everybody, wear your masks. Super chat. That's it. Super chat.